Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're doing commentary on the case. Dati bihiyang doon
I thought I was ready until I went to take camera 4, which is over my shoulder, and camera 4 was not there. Camera 4 is not there. No, it must be a Monday. It definitely is a Monday. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Thank you so much for being here. I'm too tall. My camera's all... This is what happens when I take my gear out metal detecting. I'm not ready for the rest of the day. Is that a little better? Okay. There we go. We're getting there. Big shout out to 2 people. First of all, 3 people. I'm falling way behind. Let's see. Wait for it. I have to put it on screen, so it takes a second here. Okay, first one. Let's do this one. Oh, there's me. That's not the one. This one right here. Ashley, first in chat this morning. Congratulations, Ashley. You know what that brings, though. This goes on your permanent record. We are going to also punish you by making you repair everything IP related worldwide throughout the remainder of the day. Ashley, thank you very much for being first in chat, and congratulations on that. Ashley, first, I need to say congratulations to you. Then Kim Fabuloso. And oh no, I can't get this one. I went too far back. Wait, Kim, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much for your continued support. Wait for it. Why can I not scroll? Kim, we got Kim. There it is. Okay. Whew. It disappeared. Nancy B as well. Congratulations as well on your continued membership, and that green courthouse looks great. Regina Crawford says, member for 1 month, says, all right, thanks for all you do. Well, I didn't do enough this morning, unfortunately, Regina, because my camera's not working, so now I have to fix it. I don't have anything to cut to other than like an image, so hang on. All right, we'll see if it'll power on here. Oh, it powered on. That's a good start. And it's even connecting. Let's see. Wait for it. Oh, we have a picture. Oh, this all good things so far. All right, how about this? Does that look all right? Does that angle look about right? We're up and live. It's working. Oh my goodness! What a weekend! How was your weekend? First, let me ask you before we go much further. Let's see, Kelly, member for 1 month. You and Brandy are the best around. Love this community. Kelly, thank you so much. Brandy is by far better than me, but thank you for including me with her. I appreciate that. Nancy B, member for 4 months. Woohoo! Thank you for all you and RA do, and the awesome mods. We have some fabulous mods. Nancy, thank you for recognizing them for the good work they do. It would not be the same though without you here. So thank you very much for being here. Not sure if we have birthdays this morning. Does anyone have a birthday that fell on a Monday of all days? Let's see. Oh, Rudy says, love you all. Welcome, Rudy. 4 months. Thank you so much. Thank you for all that you provide entertainment-wise and otherwise in chat. That's wonderful. All right. Okay. I'll write it in. Got my courthouse back, says Nancy. All right. Here's what I wanted to say. Where are we? For most people, school has started, right? Take your time. We're not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere very fast either. Let's see. For most people, school has started. So this morning might have involved some sort of hustle and bustle that normally doesn't occur, and during the summer. So if that was you, if you were involved with some school children, or maybe your children are all grown up, and that's okay too, just remember that some people's mornings was a little bit hectic this morning, mine included. For some reason, I set my alarm clock for 5 o'clock in the morning when I didn't have to be anywhere till 6. So really, I should have set it for about 5:55, because that's about how long it takes me to get ready and get out in the car and going, pick up the carpool and drop them off at their early morning seminary class. Anyway, so we did that. Then I sit there because it would take, I could drive home, wait 10 minutes, turn around, drive back, and pick them up and drive them back home, or I can just sit there. So I did that, and I was supposed to get some great work done and some research that I needed to do, and I ended up doing none of it. But I did tip the chair back in that Yukon XL, my wife's car, just rocked back a little ways and closed my eyes a little bit, and man, that time just flew by. It was so good. All right, let's see. Might have been falling now for nearly a month in New York. Are you talking about the leaves?
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Yeah, I was definitely kicked back, taking it easy. It was nice, a little bit of shut eye. I did see this weekend. I went to my son had I guess you call it a play date. It's weird, but they're like teenagers, and you still call it a play date. It was meeting up with a friend about 2 hours away. Hanging out at Jordan Lake, which is a state park here in North Carolina. Beautiful, beautiful lake. Very big. Lots of people water skiing, and the water temperature is great. It's a lot of fun. It's a beautiful area. So went to drop him off there, but I wanted to metal detect, and state parks are not metal detector friendly in North Carolina. So
scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
Mm-hmm. So I had to go somewhere else, and I went to a little tiny park in Pittsburgh, I think it was called, or I don't know. It's something with Pitt, and it was a big long name. Went there, found some great properties I wanted to detect. Tried to make some calls to get permissions. I couldn't connect with the right people, so I had to just leave them. I'm talking old storefronts, like antique 1800s type storefront. Which would be a gold mine for silver coins and pocket knives and fun things like that. Didn't get that. Ended up going to a little tiny park, a little baseball field. Did some detecting there, and it was okay. It was good. And then I went up to Chapel Hill, and I got a bucket lister. I was detecting there, and the ground over there is hard red clay, and it was like baked hard red clay because it's so dry. So digging was just awful. But I did find a bucket lister. I found a thimble, which you guys, your comments on my little video I posted were amazing. I know we're supposed to talk about true crime, but I'm telling you about my weekend first. The metal detectors typically have what's called a bucket list of things they want to find metal detecting. And usually at the top of everyone's list is a gold coin, a U.S. gold coin for here in the U.S. I found mine a couple of years ago. It was a $5 gold coin. It was an amazing event. It was, it will never happen again, really. Statistically, it's just not going to happen. But I found that, but I still had never found a thimble. And everyone's like, oh, if you wanted a thimble, tell me, I could have sent you one. It's not the same. It's not the same. I wanted to find a thimble from a colonial farm home site. So an old thimble. I found mine. It was crushed completely, but I found it over the weekend, so that was a lot of fun. Also found 2 rings. I filmed right after I found the thimble. I found a ring, and I filmed it. The whole thing. I had my camera. I was talking, like you could see the edge of the ring, and I thought that's got to be a ring. So I filmed it coming out of the ground and everything, and went to end the recording, and it started recording. I'd missed the entire thing. I was wearing gloves, and the button didn't work on my phone. So I was going to share that with you, but I messed it up. Scratch that. Start over. Anyway, that here nor there. Let's see. Jamie C. made it 4 months, patiently waiting for that yellow courthouse. You're very, very close, Jamie. Very close. It'll come soon. That is great and awesome. Thank you. Okay. Wow, losing my voice already. That's not a good sign.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
It was terrible. Cord Dog says member for, what is that? Is that 5 months? 5 months. Congratulations on thimble. Thank you. It's I'm going to try to straighten it out a little bit and make it more thimble shaped, and maybe see if I can read the stamps on it to get an idea of when the thimble was created.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
Yes. A lot of trees. Got a little bit of poison ivy too, just on the side of my knee because I was wearing shorts. But well, look at Recovery Addict. Looks like he cleaned up his beard. Looks amazing. Not really. I'm just hiding it. I might have combed it a little bit because it's starting to get a little scraggly. I will say, Holly, though, I had a conversation yesterday with a scuba instructor. And I've always wanted to scuba dive. And
Is that
never
correct?
really pulled the trigger on it, never really done it. And so we were talking about masks and thinking, well, maybe I could try snorkeling first and see if I like it. And so he was talking about masks, and she looks at this, and she's like, you're going to have to do something about this. You'll either have to put like a silicone putty or something on your, I don't know, that didn't sound good. It didn't sound like it would come off very easily, nor did it sound very comfortable. Or like a whole bunch of Vaseline on my lip or something. And basically, I'm trying to find a mask that will fit, and the mask needs to fit where the mustache is. So I think at least the top the top part of my goatee has to go, and that makes it just like a chin beard, which I'm not sure if is would look as good. So the whole thing might have to go. Where did the camera go? The camera went with me. I was going to film using that camera live stream, but it was so stinking hot. It was. Why does it say Ari will be here momentarily?
And now let Murdoch stole it.
Is it not? Is this a Monday, or am I just way back? Where's my live stream? Is it working? Yeah, it's working. My brother rocks a chin beard. Okay, that comment wouldn't be there unless you could hear me. So good. I might try it. I'll look in the mirror and see if it works. But anyway, we're gonna. Yes, I know some people do the facial hair and the diving. I'm just not sure. Never a goatee with no mustache. Leave it be, will ya? Because that's Holly. I am sort of. It's grown on me. I'm quite attached to this one, and I'm. Oh, you're good, Samantha. No problems. Let's see. Chin beard is better than a neck beard. Just saying. This is true. DMB, it's Monday. I would believe anything you said at this point. I would restart the live stream if you said there were problems. If everyone did like the buffer signal at once, I'm like, well, that's it. It crashed. I'm surprised you didn't find a UNC Tar Heel basketball championship ring. They've won 7 championships. Wow. I will say that there were not many parks to choose from. The one park I did find was big, but it was the sort of park that's not good for metal detecting. First of all, they've got hard clay for ground and very short-cut grass, which things don't get lost in. You drop it, it's like, oh, there it is. It's right there. But and all their little playgrounds are solid rubber floors, and it was just a big old mess when it comes to that. All right. That being said, Chapel Hill, it was fun. I'd never been there before, actually. I'd never been to Chapel Hill, so I don't get out much. This is why you don't see firefighters with beards. No mask with a beard. Yeah, that would be bad. Anyway, well, we'll see. I've been shopping for a mask, a diving mask, and I'll probably snorkel first. What I want to do, I've got this idea. I realize this is not true crime related, and you guys, this is completely, it's not related all around. So I'll have to play the sound effect here. Where's Judge Manning? There we go.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
I am. But I've got this idea that I would like to do a live stream from underwater.
You're talking about stuff
Thank you
that
for
is
you
not
guys helping me.
relevant.
I'd like to do a live stream from underwater, and technically that's a challenge because you can't do anything wireless underwater. So you have to run cables, and they have to be waterproof, and your camera has to be waterproof, and you still have to have the signal up above. And so I'm basically going to be floating my live view in a raft above me and filming down below. And I would love to do a metal detecting hunt where I'm searching for rings in the water. I've even got the spot sorted out, and it's a lake that it's going to be a gold mine. It's going to be so much fun finding cool stuff. But I've got that spot picked out, and I just need to figure out the technology to make it happen. So I could bring you underwater with me. That's the idea. All right. Going to need some trained dolphins or something like that. That would make it easier. Trained dolphins to pull me around. All right. Where are we?
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Mm-hmm. We're on live chat. Okay, we need some to talk a little bit about trials, about why we're here for the first place. We have a couple options coming up, but I want to see what you guys have on your radar as far as trials that we can watch. I realize there are a few trials coming up that will be difficult to get footage for. We've had some bad news from BK in the last few days, where his team has filed a motion to exclude cameras from the courtroom. Not liking that, and unfortunately, they have, just like in the Lori Vallow case, the judge had ordered them not to focus on Brian Koberger, and they have been focusing on Brian Koberger. So they have proof that the cameramen are doing something they're not supposed to do, and now they're requesting that they have no cameramen, which would be a big loss for this community if we don't get video of the Brian Koberger trial. Melissa Ann says, thank you for the gifted membership. Love this community. Melissa, thank you. One of the few people I've met out in the wild. Melissa, thank you. That was fun, meeting you up there in Virginia. Let's see. What about a premiere of a GoPro? A premiere of a GoPro? Like I could use a GoPro. The problem is a GoPro is waterproof underwater, but connecting it with the camera up top, you lose that waterproof connection. So I need to have a case for the camera that would allow cables in, and the right cables, so that I could get the signal back up. That's too much work to do live. No. This is Lois. This is why I want to do it. The challenge, the fact that nobody else can do it live. I mean, anyone can take a waterproof camera underwater and film something and then go and post it online. But to take you along live with it, and maybe even be able to communicate with you live, that would be even more challenge, because talking underwater presents a whole other host of other problems. But it sounds like yeah, you can clip that as well. That's an actual sound effect of talking underwater. But let's see, it's working through now how to do a live stream underwater. It's possible. Okay, it's not cheap, but it's something I'd love to do. You could stream it on Zoom like the Gannon Stauch murder trials. Then they can control it. Mm-hmm. Did the verdict come in for the Florida case? Yes, it did, Dr. Jennifer. Let's actually stop and talk about that just for a little bit. The trial we've been following for just a couple days, which Angela Dantzler, sorry, last name escaped me for just a moment. Angela Dantzler trial did conclude on Friday. They did late in the evening come back with a verdict. Actually, during our podcast, they came back with a verdict, and we had some technical problems playing it, but I'm going to spoil it for you just a little bit. So if you don't like spoilers, run and turn your volume off. The verdict came back, and it came back as guilty as charged. It was not a lesser included. And I'm a little conflicted on that. I mean, like a lot conflicted on this. Mostly because, and when I was thinking about this over the weekend, because when she testified, I believed her, and I still do. I believe her part of her story that says that she was, she suffered in the relationship, that the things he did to her that were just not right. I believe that. And when I believe that and say it wasn't fair the way you were treated, that wasn't fair, and then at the other hand, you're guilty of murder, the two coming together it's like, but she was the victim, right? She was the victim. And I think what the jury said, I don't know, I haven't heard anything from the jury as far as their thoughts on this. But I think that it was pretty clear that they said that in the moment when she shot him, she was not in imminent danger, which is the law in Florida in self-defense. You need to be in imminent danger. And she apparently, according to the jury, was not in imminent danger, even though I believe that she had been attacked and abused and everything before. So maybe it's a bad law. Maybe we need to change that. So abused spouses can, at their leisure, whenever they have time, can take care of the abuser in the way they deem fit. But anyway, that's it. Spoiler over. You just need a co-host above the water. If only you had a charismatic wife to provide commentary while you're underwater. Cachette, that's a great idea. My wife does not like water, does not like deep water. I think she would be a wreck if I was under any longer than she thought I should be under. Like I can hold my breath for a minute 30, which is, I thought, pretty good. Okay, for diving underwater. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good underwater time. The scuba diver I was talking to, the scuba instructor I was talking to that teaches free diving as well, which is where you have no tank and you just dive down and you go hunt fish and stuff. She can do a static dive for 5 minutes. 5 minutes before you come up for air. Can't do that. You can't do that. But if I was down for more than about as long as my wife would hold her breath, which is about 15 or 20 seconds, she would start pulling on that cord like, get back up here, get back up, you need to breathe. But yeah, probably a tag team would be a lot of fun. Okay. Yes, Dr. Jennifer, I also feel bad for her. We had a post on Facebook, if you're on the Facebook page, from, I believe, someone who said they were a witness in the trial, and I apologize for not having the name ready, that wanted to speak about that and say, here's, that she wasn't treated fairly. Here's what went wrong in the trial. And I've heard a little bit about that, but I think that there was more evidence about her abuse that probably could have come in that didn't, or that maybe wasn't even allowed in, possibly because of the time frame that it occurred in or things like that. We did not hear the prosecution. I heard the summation, and I think they did a very good job hitting a lot of the high points of the testimony, and they do have some very strong evidence supported facts that conflict with the story that Angela told, specifically in the time frame between when he was shot and when they arrested her. James Peacock here for 5 months. Welcome. Take a seat. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. We'll put you up on screen there. I heard a buffer sound. Oh, we have a birthday. It's going to sound like I don't know, Johnny Cash, like old Johnny Cash. My voice is just not what it was. We can sing. Let's see. One more. Pickles. Birthday. There it is. Okay, so Tam Tam TX had a birthday yesterday. Anybody else who has a birthday either yesterday or today? Hey, we can even throw in Saturday as well. Evelyn was the long-haired blonde lady, I think, the last witness on the stand. Yes, Evelyn's the name. Evelyn Walters. She may even be in chat here today, and I'm not sure if she's online here today. Gran, I did have some issue with her lawyers. There were a couple things. They frequently tried to solicit information from a witness in a manner that would be hearsay. So they had trouble phrasing their questions appropriately. We have not had any luck yet with the FOIA from Bay County. I'll check this morning, but usually they don't work over the weekends.
Correct?
Let's see, Bay. Yeah, it's just eBay stuff. So yeah, nothing from Bay County yet about the FOIA requests. So we'll have to wait on that. We do need to hear the whole case, and I still want to hear that. We've got the requests in to get the information for the stuff we didn't see. I'm hoping to get that. I agree that the lawyers were not very impressive. And it wasn't the accent. I'm not slamming her because of that. I think her command of the English language was great. Was better than a lot of people that speak it natively. That was fine. So the accent is fine. I could get through, even when it's sometimes difficult to understand. I followed everything she said. But the thing that bothered me was the way she asked the questions, where there were so many objections that were sustained. And it was over the way she was asking the question, I think, as well as the fact that she recalled so many witnesses that were previously brought in on prosecution to ask them one or two questions. And oftentimes they were like fishing expeditions. She didn't know what the answer would be, and they would answer. She's like, oh, okay, well, all right, it was worth a shot. That it seemed very unprepared, or sort of a spaghetti defense, as Matthew Harris put it. I think her lawyers let her down. Let's see. Want to know more about December? Yeah, it sounds like there's definitely a relationship that was going on with her husband. Nobody just pays for that type of surgery for a friend. It just doesn't. We will be covering some trials soon. I think we're going to do some court hopping today while we're looking for a trial to start. We'd like to start following a trial that's just barely going. I'm okay with it being a Zoom trial. And I'm probably also going to put some requests in for some trials, some smaller trials that have happened from courts that we've visited before and liked. So I'm looking specifically at possibly trials that use Judge Warner, that use Judge Darrow. Let's see, who's another one? I'm thinking of judges that have Zoom trials where they film by default in their courtroom that we could request the entire footage from. Move forward. Let's see. Let's see. It's a bank holiday in the UK. Is there anyone else other than let's see. Other than Tam Tam, is there anyone else who has a birthday? We are getting ready for hurricanes. Okay, I Rescue Dogs. Mine was Saturday. So Tam Tam and I Rescue Dogs. Do you want me to sing to I Rescue Dogs, or would you like me to say a name? I can do either. I can try to fit it in. It's raining outside. It's really come down. The hurricane has not got to us yet. Christy, I hope to be able to play the trial. We just have not got to the FOIA request back. It's supposed to be a quick download, so I'm just waiting for them to process it. I might give them a call on their number. Ashley, I think she found our live stream and then went to the Facebook page from that. I think that's how Evelyn found us. C. Morales, I think she does definitely have that option for appeal. Okay. I'm wondering how she answered the camel question. I don't know. I don't know who approved her. I don't know. Let's see. Kathleen Davis says, what do you think about the lack of jury deliberation? They were pressured to come into a quick decision after a very long day. Didn't want to stay longer or come in on Monday. Kathleen, I didn't like that. I didn't like the fact that there were some jurors who look, we need to get this done. So you've got to hurry it up. We're rushed here. That was not a good situation for me. Sentence was life without parole. That's the minimum mandatory. There's a 15-minute video on YouTube called The Best of Judge Warner. It's hilarious. So this is what I'm talking about. We love Judge Warner. His courtroom is good. He's got good camera angles. The court films on their Zoom feed, which we can work with. So we're looking for possibly even old trials that were not aired on some of the big channels that we can go through and watch that might have flown under the radar. I actually agree with the Florida verdict. I think you can both believe her story of abuse and say the need to kill him wasn't necessary at the time. I think that's what the jury came up with, because she was very believable. And if we're any representation of what the jury is, and granted we did not sit through the prosecution, I think a lot of us would have listened to that and said, hey, what she's saying rings true as far as when it comes to the abuse. But her version of the events, especially after the killing until she was arrested, I know so much happened. She was on her phone. She was on Facebook. She was, smoking marijuana. She was piling clothes on the dead body that had been there for a couple days. She was sending out texts telling people not to come over. It seems like she was not out of it, on painkillers or drugs or something. Love Judge Boyd. She has done trials. Boyd would be good. Okay. I think I need to sing. Did I Rescue Dogs come back with anything? Let's see. Oh, Christine Brown, birthday today. Let's add them to the list. So that makes 3. Did we get a name for I Rescue Dogs? Or just want me to sing to happy birthday to I Rescue Dogs? I'm looking. I'm not seeing it here. Kathleen says, thank you. I need someone else to say that. It's been bothering me since Friday. I know the jury was tired and wanted to leave and probably had plans on Saturday already. Yeah, I don't think it's right to say, hey, thank you, Tammy. Appreciate that. That makes it a little easier to sing. I don't like the idea of, hey, I've got a dinner. You know, I've got dinner plans tonight, so we need to hurry and determine if this person's going to spend the rest of their life in jail or not. It's like that. Which one takes priority? Which one takes priority? Even if it's me saying, hey, I was planning on going on a vacation. Can we hurry this up? It's like, yeah, and they get one shot at this, right? This is their life on the line, and you know what's more important. Let's do this right. Okay, so we've got 3 people to sing to. We will get the music going. They did find her guilty, Rosie. So here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Tam, Christine, and Tammy. Happy birthday to you. All right. That wasn't as bad as I feared it would be. I was worried that my voice was out. For all those who have birthdays this weekend or today, happy birthday. I hope you have an absolutely fabulous day. Hopefully the hurricane does not ruin any plans for celebration. I realize there are a million places you could be on your birthday, and for you to spend it with us today is our honor and privilege. Thank you very much for choosing to be here with us. All right, let's wrap that one up, and we'll go here. Okay, so we've got, you said Mercer's live? We're planning on doing a little court hopping, and during this whole time, discussing any pending trials that are coming up that you'd like me to try to gain access to would be good. Okay. Where are we at? These are first appearances. Let me see if we've got something else. Judge Cedric's also live.
I'm not a camel.
He's private right now. Judge Simmons. Lots of judges live right now. Kenneth King, Donald Chisholms, let's try Mercer. Let's see what's happening there. Hang on. Let's go check this one out. Do we have any audio on this? I just haven't seen an angle like this before. It's overlooking the courtroom. The jury box is on the opposite side of the room there. So it looks like a single camera for everything. Oh, we'll jump back. Nothing's happening here. This one is Judge Jason Elmore out of Wexford and Misaki Circuit Court. We've got all sorts of options here that are no good.
Okay, today was the date that was set for a show cause on a bond violation. Let's see, I received information from the probation department. You're on a delayed sentence, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
So, Red Pen, let me address that really quickly. While we pause this, I had to have words with Mrs. R.A. about this feed because I said, why is there all this junk popping up on my YouTube feed? Well, she likes to exercise to music, and Pandora has stopped working on this computer, and so she uses YouTube, and she doesn't like commercials, so she uses my YouTube account to search for music that is commercial free, and so she's finding all this pop, hip hop, exercise music that's commercial free. She plays it in the background, and then uses her exercise video on top of it, and apparently the videos are not. I don't know, not safe for work almost, just no good. And so now I have all these feeds that I need to get rid of. I'm like, I don't want all those images on my live feed. So anyway, that's where we are.
And or up to $7,500 in fines. In addition, you have a delayed sentence with some pretty strict conditions here, and that if you had followed the deferred sentence order, then this matter would have been is it going to be dismissed if she follows the order?
Your Honor, I do believe yes.
Okay. And so I put you on a term of 6 months deferred sentencing. You were supposed to do a substance abuse assessment. I told you that in June. And then you were going to do that within 30 days and provide and follow all recommendations of probation. You were going to test.
This court is Judge Kristen D. Simmons.
Until the time of your deferred sentence date. You were employed at AutoZone at the time. What happened with your employment at AutoZone?
My background check didn't come back.
Okay, because you were to maintain employment, so you lost your employment there?
I was never working there.
She got hired in.
Okay. You never started?
You got hired and never showed up?
Okay. And then you were supposed to enroll in a GED program. You've done that?
Yeah, I got back into high school.
Okay.
Who is, other than Court TV, who's got this live feed? Do you know? Samantha?
Okay. So, and then I did remove the no contact order because I think the alleged victim was your mom. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you have not gotten the substance abuse assessment?
No, I've not known to pay for it.
When are you gonna go get it? Because I ordered you to do within 30 days. And it's been 60.
Your Honor, I also regret that I lost communication with Ms. Ott. I didn't have good contact information for her when we last met. I can obviously go through the steps to get a substance abuse assessment. I just lost contact with her, so I will. I can get that paid for through the circuit.
Serious.
Okay.
Adam Nusky and Kim R. found out they have mutual friends and now real life friends and Facebook friends. That is awesome. Adam, Kim, that is awesome. I'm glad I could help you connect that one extra link.
What's your phone number? 331
4831.
Going to turn off her phone number just for a minute.
Obviously a different number than you had back in April. Is that a yes? Okay. Did your address change?
I'm living at 373.
Not going to give out her address.
You need to make sure you keep the court abreast of any changes to your contact information. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. As to the alleged bond violations, you have the right to have a contested hearing. You have the right to be represented by counsel at that contested hearing. If you're found to be in violation of your bond conditions, your bond can be revoked. So because you haven't been sentenced, you're still under bond orders. You understand that?
Yeah.
And so if your bond is revoked, that means you would be sitting in jail until the time that I sentence you. Do you know that?
Yes.
Do you want to sit in jail until I sentence you?
No.
I didn't think so. And so you have the right to plead guilty, plead not guilty, or stand mute as to the bond violation. If you plead not guilty or stand mute, we'll set it for hearing. Counsel, how does she want to proceed?
Your Honor, I don't believe there's going to be any need for a hearing. Ms. Ott does admit that for her first two tests that she was positive and that she actually used before the second test, and that she has not since had been able to pay for any of the tests or gotten a substance abuse assessment. So we were not asking for a hearing.
This is sounds like a drug restriction on this individual.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury? Okay, you can put your hand down. And so you understood the rights that you have to have a contested hearing on the bond violation. You understand the potential penalty for a bond violation. Okay, you want to waive your right to have a hearing? Okay, you want to plead guilty to the bond violation? The bond violation I'm discussing is that you failed multiple drug tests with being positive for methamphetamine and the levels of methamphetamine increasing. You're pleading guilty as to that. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And so have you used methamphetamine, or did you use before you tested on those dates?
Yeah.
Okay. And you knew it was methamphetamine when you used it?
Yeah.
You don't have a prescription for meth, do you?
Does anyone have a prescription for meth?
I accept your plea on your plea
I guess they might.
voluntarily and intelligently. Right now, I'm going to extend your deferred sentencing for 3 months. You need to do your substance abuse screening within the next 30 days, or you'll do 30 days in jail. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
You have contact information for Ms. Donnelly?
I will be providing her my card, Your Honor, and I'll be getting her mother's contact information.
All right, so you'll work with Ms. Donnelly to make sure that that substance abuse assessment is completed, and then you can follow all the recommendations of probation as it relates to your treatment. You need to continue testing weekly. You're not to use, purchase, or possess any drugs or alcohol unless you have a valid prescription. Do you understand that? Okay. Any additional matters for the record today?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
You're all set. We have Sylvia Montano here.
I do need a breakout room with Ms. Montano for discuss an offer.
Oh.
Well, why do we have a weird... Like the records from Florida are acting up. Like really... They're missing a ton of stuff. I'm trying to pull up the Sarah Boone update for Ivan here. Has anyone else seen this? If they go to record search, for those that are, that often go to the Sarah Boone search, Orange County. State of Florida, criminal felony open. It's still showing the July 24th trial date as the latest thing on that. Wow. Something messed up. I don't know if there's any update on the Orange County thing. I heard there was a hearing on the 8th for the lawyer to determine if he was going to get allowed to leave the case. This gentleman here in custody is about to have his moment in court. We'll see what Dustin has to say. Hurricane coming. Yes, pretty much everybody from the Gulf Coast up through the East Coast and all the land in between is looking forward to a little bit of extra weather headed our direction. Angela did get life in prison, Karen. We're still waiting for the copy of the prosecution side of this, so we'll see. Not sure what this lady's doing, but there she is. And she's gone again. Good morning, Lisa. Hope you're doing great this morning. Good to have you here. We're just peeking in on this court. I'm going to find another one while we're waiting to see what other options are. A lot of courts are working this morning. Sounds like a last breath, like a dying breath. Somebody needs a doctor real quick. Yeah, I booked a trip for Cuba in hurricane season, Gypsy. There, I think the tip of Cuba right now is dealing with a little bit of that. Let's see, Judge Elmore, Judge Simmons. We're on a misdemeanor court right now. Let's see, state of Tennessee might have some stuff. Let's see what's up here. These are arraignment, pretrial motions, and pleas. Looking for more than that. Who was the judge that handled the Terry case? The judge who had the Tesla on his bench? He was also the ice cream murder judge, right? Sabella. Thank you, Thomas, for coming in with that one. Appreciate the answer. Okay, hold tight here. And we've got one here. Judge Elizabeth DeSanto. Haven't seen her before. Let's take a quick peek. Let's bring her over on the big screen real quick. Okay. Oops.
names of
We're going to cut over here for a second.
outpatient counseling that is covered, that does accept your insurance?
Yeah.
This is from Michigan, it looks like.
I didn't think
Is that
about
yes?
it. Yes. I didn't think about it, but yes.
So did you contact your probation officer at any point to let her know that you were having, please let me finish, to let her know that you're having trouble finding somebody that would take your insurance?
Well, I told her that when I sat with her.
When?
A week and like a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
Maybe like.
And so what was the response?
She just said, I said, that there's that lady Sandy said she does it, but I haven't been able to get a hold of Sandy. So she told me to try to set up something with Sandy. And Sandy, I need to get signatures from Sandy. Sandy, I met her at the fan meeting. So she's the one the Stanford House Sandy.
Okay, yes, but I don't believe that she does outpatient counseling, ma'am.
She told me she does them on Thursdays.
Okay, that I'm not aware of.
Okay.
That would be the third Thursday of the month is the fan meetings. And have you attended any fan meetings?
Yeah, I've been to 2.
Is that yes?
Yes, I've been to 2.
Can everyone see and hear the court?
Okay, and which 2 were you at?
Welcome to the 44th District.
I was at the one where they were giving out all the Narcan, and then I was at the one.
I was the one where they're giving out all the Narcan.
I missed the one June. I was in June because July I missed, or August I missed, so I was at July. Because I keep getting the days mixed up.
You said you went to 2, so which months were those in?
Oh, so June, I think June and August, I believe. It was June. I left the paper at the fan meeting. So that's why I was trying to get that back.
This judge is not buying
How
this.
did you try to get that back, ma'am?
Huh? I was trying to see if I could get that back. Sandy's been there with me. She knows I've been there.
Did you have Sandy put something in writing to submit to probation? Because at this point, ma'am, we don't have any proof of that.
Well, I will have Sandy do it. I've just we've been working opposite schedules. So when I'm going to try to meet up with her, she's all the way on the other end of town because she's a busy lady too. Our schedules are. She's a busy lady. She's always doing something.
Judge is not liking this.
So sometimes our schedules don't meet up.
Where is it you're working, ma'am?
And I told probation we have 5 locations of Happy's Pizza. Right now I'm at the downtown location. So I've working a lot down there on East Jefferson and Mount Elliott. Before I was working at the Taylor location where Sandy could just come there. It was easy. Now it's a little bit harder.
What is your shift, ma'am?
Sometimes it's 10 in the morning to 12 at night. It depends because I'm responsible because there's no help. There's no employees. So some days when I'm supposed to leave at 4, I can't leave. I got to stay until midnight because there's no work. There's no help.
What? She's supposed to leave at 4. She stays till midnight. Just puts in an extra.
And how many days a week do you work, ma'am?
8 hours.
6, 7.
Does not sound like a Happy Pizza place. If they're working their employees.
I don't really take off a whole day.
16
I
hours a
can't.
day.
There's no employees.
Okay. All right. Well, then you must be receiving some good compensation then, correct?
It's all, yes and no. I have kids that I help my kid's dad. I help my mom. But I'm not making a lot of money. I'm salary. I'm supposed to make bonuses. And there's no, the store keeps going negative because the people before me were stealing. So no, I'm not really, I'm making maybe $500 a week, but I'm spending 100 something in gas. I don't get like I'm not making money. No. And I'm spending it all towards everything else. Rent. I'm behind on my rent. Like I'm just.
That means you're not
going
spending
through
on
it right
rent.
now.
So then what are you helping your mom with? If you're not living with your mom?
No, my mom takes care of my grandma, and my grandfather just passed away. So my grandma has no income, so I help them a little bit. I try to give them some money.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's very kind of you, but you don't have that ability. So they'll have to figure that out some other way.
Yeah.
Because you have rent, you have child support to pay for the children, and things of that nature. You have court costs. You haven't made a payment on now in 5 months.
Yeah, I made a big payment though. I like on the April I paid like a lot, so I only owe like $400, $450. I can pay $100 today. Like I was telling my Mr. Shemke, this is the first paycheck I've had where I can start getting back on my feet, and I get paid today after 5.
When's the last time you made a payment?
In April, but I made like a large payment to the
but your balance is still $1,000.
I thought my probation officer said it was $450. I must have misunderstood.
Your total due, ma'am, was $2,650. $1,000 was applied from your bond, and then it appears though you may have made a $650 payment. You still have a $1,000 balance.
Oh, I thought she said I had 400. I'm sorry. Well, I can pay today. I can pay some today when I get my paycheck.
Ma'am?
Yes.
If I have you tested today, what's in your system?
Oh, nothing. Just my medication.
Are you taking that as prescribed?
Yes.
I'm going to have you test today. I'm going to adjourn this 1 week.
Okay.
So you'll be back. 1 week is Labor Day. September 5th.
Okay.
At 9:30.
Okay.
You're to test today. And you're to contact your insurance company and get a list of areas that that cover or accept your insurance for your outpatient counseling. And you are to have an appointment scheduled.
Okay.
Man. No, that was a lot of excuses. I don't know how she's going to do on the test. She doesn't look very optimistic.
And then you might want to contact Sandy if that's who you're saying knows that you've been at these fan meetings.
Okay.
So you have something in writing.
Okay, I will.
All right, we'll see you back then. You can email into Marcy a little bit later today. Actually, email into probation right now, please, so they can give you the information as to how to test today.
Okay.
And so you have to do that before you go to work.
Okay. Where do I go to test? Actually, I'm actually late for work right now.
Ma'am, contact into probation. They will tell you where you need to test.
Okay.
Okay, there may be a location near you at work, so that's fine if you test while, if you leave work and go test, that's fine.
Okay.
Yes. So here's what I'm going to also indicate, ma'am, is that
the volume.
If you are, I'm just going to let you know, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
If you do not have all of that submitted by the end of this week, you will be going to jail next week.
Okay. I just need to get signatures. That's it.
That's not the only thing you have to do, ma'am. So I hope you paid attention to everything I just said.
Yeah, I have to get an appointment for the outpatient. I'm going to make a payment for my probation. I have to get it in writing for Sandy saying I've been at the fan meetings. Sandy's got to give me some signatures on my, all my other stuff. So I need to see Sandy anyhow. But she knows that's where I met Sandy, was the fan meeting.
I understand that.
Yeah.
So did you see me at the fan meeting that you were at?
No, I haven't seen you. The two I've been at, you haven't been at.
Okay. All right. We'll see you back next Tuesday. And just so you know, man, next Tuesday is in person.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Thank you.
I think.
Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right. Off the record. Okay. And so, Mr. Shemke, did you receive the information from regarding Mr. Alvarez?
I did, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Alvarez, please press. I'm going to have you join Mr. Shemke in breakout room 1.
Okay.
Is the lawyer sleeping? Nope, he's awake. And he's gone. All right. Yeah, the stories were a little... There were too many stories, and they came too quick together, and they didn't mesh very well. All the people she was helping, her kid's dad turned into her mom, turned into her grandma, because grandpa had passed away, and so she helps them a little bit. And salary from a pizza place. Okay, here's your sign. If you're looking for a job and a little pizza joint says we'd like to pay you salary and just work you nonstop, keep applying other places. Unfortunately, I think that might be the case. I would be worried that, let's see. I'd be worried that she's either not going to test or that she's getting test positive. When she was told that she basically was ordered to test today, her countenance sank somewhat. She knows that that's not a good situation. I think she has no money, but she's giving money. That's why she has no money. She's helping everybody else. What is a fan meeting? I think that's what they were saying. I think that's what they call these meetups. It's got to be like substance abuse type, sort of like an AA, but maybe more focused on parole, because the judge attends, which is weird. What pizza places pay salary? Very few to just the regular employees. Maybe if you were a manager or possibly a store owner, that would or operator. My kid makes a lot working at a little pizza place in town, a lot more than the $500 a week. Yeah, $500 a week. Man, for working what 16 hours a day? Yes, she became late for work when she had to go test right then. I've got to go. Work's calling. Let's see, on the pic, my son and his new wife showed up. I want to show them off. I still see my same old pic. I see this one, Holly. Is that's your wife and his new son on their recent marriage? Congratulations. It looks great. Sometimes it takes a while for YouTube to update that picture. She's on thin ice. She's a big girl. I'm waiting to see if there's another hearing here. The lawyer's out in the breakout room right now, so it might... What is that in the background? Is that like some sort of vending machine on the wall? Or is that a door? Oh, it's a calendar. Looks like a calendar. Ivan, no. We're trying to get her clean and out of trouble. That's not the answer. The pizza shop doesn't have any money either because of past employees stealing. Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay. What are we watching today? Right now we're watching this judge who were, let's see, 27th District Court out of Michigan, I believe. What do you think of this lawyer's get up with the black shirt and the white tie? It's sort of a reverse from the norm, but I think he's sort of rocking it. He goes with his room decorations pretty well. He's got a lot of the black and white sort of layout. Judge DeSanto. It looked like a vending machine in the corner, like an old cigarette vending machine. Okay. Let's see, is the judge coming in? We want to hear what's up with Brandon. His goatee, his beard is on point. Look at that little chin. What's that cut look like? I mean, what's the name of that cut where you've got a more of a full beard and then a little what do they call it with the thin little mustache and the two little points? Yeah. Judge looked around. She's like, "Oh, guess who wasn't here? Mm-hmm. You." Those might be they might be sitting judges. They call the judges in the county or whatever. No, definitely the one on the left is past. You can see it's in black and white. So yeah, those are past judges, I think. Oh, this is the judge that did the Drano case, the acid case. Ooh, she's had some crazy stuff. You're right, Carol. Got a little bit of action going on there in court, so I'm hoping that we have another case pulled up here soon. I like this judge. I like that the camera angles are good, the audio's good. Audio's good. Sunny D, there was a verdict in the Angela Dantzler case. There's actually a T in there as well, Dantzler. But yes, she was found guilty, and she was sentenced to life without parole, which was a surprise. But notice we did not see the prosecution; we only saw the defense side, and prosecution in closing had some pretty strong arguments with evidence supported things that countered what Angela said about the story. Dream of Laundry, you lost your courthouse today. Look around. Sometimes it's found in the couch cushions. Maybe it might be in someone else's couch cushions. You never know. Yes, tough judge. Sometimes, what do you think would be better, CJ? A lot, if you look at our court systems, a lot of our courts, our trials are tied up with drugs. I'm not going to get into the politics of a drug war, but let's look at specifically from the judge's standpoint. Would it be, are we better served by having a tough judge or leniency when it comes to specifically to drug issues? What happened to Thami? Thami found his forever home, as Brandy would say, and he's wearing stripes. So he lost this case, but he sort of won the whole appeal. It was a win for him either way because they dropped the death penalty option. So even if he lost the case, he would still, be better off than death penalty, assuming he wants to live. And that's what he got. So he got life in prison. Thank you, Samantha. Let's see. Let's see what this one is. I don't know if I can use this feed. Let's see. I think this feed is provided by the company that's streaming it, and it's not a pool feed. I don't think I'll get access to that one. We're hoping the judge comes back. We're going to give her just a minute. I'd rather have some tough DAs, says Ivan. 25-year drug war veteran. We won't ask which side. We won't ask, Ivan. But, let's see. The Drano case is one we did not follow. This was a teenager that threw acid on her dad. I think it had some heavy elements to it. Did she work in a hospital? It's common for healthcare workers to work double shifts. No, she worked in pizza, Alicia. The girl we just watched was a pizza employee at a little five store pizza chain, Happy's Pizza. CJ says, honestly, wants tough judges, but offering help. I'll say this. A lot of the people who get caught up in some sort of crime associated with drugs are in a tough spot that it seems very difficult to get out of. It's almost like a catch-22, whether they've worked themselves into that hole or not. They're at a point where there seems to be no solutions. And I like the idea of there being people that can offer a hand to help them up, not to bail them out. Because I do think bailing someone out who's actively making choices to get in that situation will just lead to them being in that situation again. But if they honestly want out, if they're willing to have a handout and have an option to be able to take that'd be good. We'll come back to this judge in just a minute. Let's jump over here.
Shall be set sometime in the next 30 to 45 days. So again, please keep an eye on that mail. You will have another show cause reset, and at that time, the court will be imploring you to try to get that taken care of. As well, the court notes that you're still suspended, so there should be no driving without a valid Michigan operator's license, registration plate, and insurance. Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
All right, that completes your arraignment. Good luck. Good seeing you, counselor.
You as well. Thank you. Thank you.
I saw the hair. That was quite the thing for Monday morning. That was impressive.
Good morning, Mr. Stacer.
Good morning.
How does the world find you today?
So far so good.
Okay, so we are going on the record in the matter of Brandon Alvarez, 23753. And appearance, counsel?
Good morning, Your Honor. Christopher Shipley, appearing on behalf of my client. This time we consent to the matter being heard via Zoom.
It was a speed talker.
Thank you. And Mr. Alvarez,
whatever.
If you could please unmute and state your name for the record.
Brandon Alvarez.
All right. And today's the date scheduled for probation violation. You were sentenced in this court on June 1st, 2023. And that was to an attempt, flee, and elude, and operating while visibly impaired. And counsel, the allegation is that he failed to appear for drug testing on August 15th.
Yes, Judge, he understands that you have a hearing in which you can test this. That's not going to be necessary. He understands the technical violation, and he'll admit responsibility.
All right, Mr. Alvarez, please raise your right hand. We swear from the testimony about to give this guy be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I swear.
All right, thank you. All right, and you heard what your attorney indicated, correct?
Correct.
As to the allegation, sir, that you failed to appear for drug testing on August 15th, how do you plead?
Guilty.
And you've gone over your advice of rights for probation violation purposes with your attorney, correct?
Correct.
And you understand all of those rights?
I do.
You also understand that by entering into a plea, you'll be waiving some of those rights, specifically your right to a contested hearing.
Yeah, I do.
Yes?
Yes.
She doesn't
All right.
like yes.
You also understand, sir, that this is your first technical violation, correct?
Yes.
You understand the possible penalty as a result of your plea?
Yes.
Specifically, the recommendation in this matter is for you to continue and complete all terms of probation, continue your under advisement status, $50 probation violation fee, increase your testing 5 days 5 days jail, suspended with the jail review. That's the recommendation. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And knowing all that, you want to continue with your plea?
Yes.
And has anybody promised you anything, threatened you, or coerced you in any way for you to enter into a plea?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Counselor, you can please party your client.
Yes, I'd like to direct your attention back to August 15th, 2023, is ordered by probation for you to submit to a drug test.
Yes.
And did you fail to appear?
I did.
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Okay. The court is also satisfied the plea is knowing, voluntary, and factually accurate. The court will accept your plea to the probation violation. Indicate technical violation number 1 will enter. And counsel as to the recommendation.
Your Honor, I saw the recommendation. I asked to be adopted. My client did not fabricate any stories. He simply missed the test. It's not going to be duplicated in the future. I expressed to him what a jail review means and that he understands that future violations would ultimately potentially result in time in custody. Obviously, he wants to remain gainfully employed. I don't see him having a misstep in the future, so I asked that it be adopted.
Mr. Alvarez, why is it that you did not make your appointment?
She's not going to just roll over on that one.
Make my appointment for the drug test.
Why didn't you appear for drug testing?
Oh, because see, look, I usually call every morning. I have an alarm set and everything, but hold
on, please. Hold on. Did you say Steve, look?
Sorry?
Just please remember, sir, that I'm not one of your friends you're hanging out with. So just please remember when you're speaking, please remember that.
I'm sorry, what was that?
The lawyer's trying
Please
to
remember that you're
straight.
speaking to a court and not your friends. So to say, Steve, look, to explain what happened is not really appropriate.
I didn't say Steve, look.
You did, but I'm not going to get into a back and forth with that. Sir, why didn't you appear for your testing?
I missed it in the morning. I was running late for work. And then when I got off of work, I usually call in the morning. So when I got off of work, I was really tired. I've been working 2 jobs lately. And then I fell asleep and I woke up and I noticed that it was the time, it was already too late. And I called to see if it was my number or my color. And the colors had already reset. And I tried to call the office, the testing office, but I didn't get no answer. And what I should have done was I should have emailed my probation officer, but it was just a genuine mistake, Your Honor.
He ended better.
Sir, what are your hours of work?
They are 7:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. And then my other job, that is for my aero truck job, my main job.
Okay. And so there's nothing that prevented you from calling in the morning before you went to work and then test before you go to work?
Correct. I usually call it right in the morning, but I slipped this time. I missed it. It won't happen again.
He's doing better. Doing better, not making excuses. Let's see if she buys it.
Sir, what's in your system if you're tested today?
Absolutely nothing.
Order a test.
Sir, let me just remind you that this matter was reduced from a felony to a misdemeanor. You also have an under advisement status, and all of that is in jeopardy if there's another violation.
I understand.
In addition to your freedom, because there's a recommendation for jail.
I understand.
The court's going to adopt the recommendation. You're continuing to complete all terms of probation. You're going to continue your under advisement status. Pay a $50 probation violation fee. Your testing will be increased. I'm going to indicate 5 days in jail, suspended. We will have a jail review. October 23rd.
I like this judge. We need to watch a trial with her. The attorney, I think, is sleeping. That's what he's doing. Where he's reading. Right. He's playing Candy Crush.
Anything else?
I'm not sure. But.
No, you are.
All right. Sir, please email into Michelle, and she'll be with you shortly, okay?
Okay.
Look at the reflection in his glasses.
Right, sir. Thank you.
I swear he's on his phone playing
and
the
then
game.
Mr. I think we're just waiting for Miss Austin. Oh, she's in the prosecutor's office, Mr. Shemke.
Okay, Judge.
Okay. All right.
I've spoken with her. I'm ready to go.
Okay, just a moment. Good morning, Miss Walker.
What is this guy doing?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Toxicologist.
And so I think that is Miss Walker here, Miss Austin, correct?
We won't need a hearing.
Okay. You want me to release her now, or do you want me to wait until you put it on the record?
It won't be necessary. She can be. We're not going to have a hearing, Judge. So, of course, discretion.
Okay. All right, Ms. Walker. Thank you very much. Good to see you this morning.
Thank you. You too, Your Honor.
Right,
bye-bye, everyone.
Thank you.
This attorney he's a hoot. He's got the fireplace going. He's got the globe in the background. Dog's on the couch next to him. And he's playing Candy Crush, I swear. He's like, new high score. You can tell, I don't know, maybe he's doing like some online gambling or something. Assuming it's legal. I'm not, it's a firearm on the shelf. Yes, he does. He's got the 6-shooter. Looks like a Colt 45 long barrel, probably 8. Maybe even a 10-inch barrel on that. That's quite the display behind him. And he's just chilling out on Zoom. I'll be here for whatever we need next. Got nowhere else to go. Let's see. Are we ready for Adalia? Adalia is the name of the hurricane that's coming. News said it's going to hit the Carolinas. Which is Adalia coming up through the Gulf, or is Adalia the one that's going offshore? Because we've got two like simultaneously. One coming from the backside, one coming from the front. Honestly, the one that concerns me, the one that's staying offshore is only going to cause problems with the rip currents. There's going to be a lot of waves because that churning, spinning, the winds going different directions. It's going to tear up our beaches. It really will. And it will be dangerous for swimmers. So Labor Day might not be in the water. It might be red flag day on the beach. But I don't know, maybe it'll be cleaned up by then. The one that really concerns us is the one coming up from the Gulf Coast, because I think that puts us on the dirty side of the hurricane, where you've got danger from tornadoes and things like that. But usually by the time it's gone over most of the country, it's just a lot of rain. It loses a lot of its punch. But depending on how it veers out, it could actually cross over the southeast of the United States, get over water again, and possibly even re-strengthen or reform or sort of gather a little more energy. That's correct. The dirty side. We haven't had a dirty side tornado since I've been here, so I don't know if I'm ready. I don't know what do you do to prepare for a dirty side hurricane. I said tornado, but it's supposed to hit here as a Cat 3. Is it still slated to hit the Panhandle? We might need Weather Watch to come on and teach us a thing or two. The globe is a liquor cabinet. Oh my goodness, Paula, we've got to get more of that attorney. It's great. Looking at the mug shots from these judges, I think they're the chief judges for the district. Trying to see what the calendar says at the top. District Court News or something like that. District. think it says news for the calendar. Bailiff's just shooting the breeze there. Brandy might want to get out of Dodge. Yeah, she's got to be careful. She's on the ocean front, really. You need to get all the bread off the shelves and toilet paper. Okay, so TP is a real thing. I think it's time to restock anyway, so we might have to do that in advance. We can make our own bread. That's not a problem. Mrs. R.A. makes fantastic bread. Headed towards Florida Panhandle. We're looking at a strike, what, Tuesday night, Wednesday morning? Is that the schedule we have? Yeah, the things that you run out of are water, toilet paper, and beer. That's what happens in the Carolinas when a hurricane is coming. Milk as well. Bread, milk now. Pickles? Can we add pickles to that list? I realize it's not going to be high demand. Someone bought a $340 bottle of bourbon Saturday, said they can take it back to Virginia and sell it for $900. Ivan, we need a little side business. If you've got $340 bottles of bourbon, was it like Pappy's? What's the I don't know. I don't know my liquors. But there was a funny news story back in Utah. I think it was like Pappy O'Daniels or something. I forget what the name was, but there was some bottle of some really old liquor that was released. And Utah, like many states, has a state-run liquor store, and so that they release these bottles to the store, and the store by law has to sell them for no more than a 5% increase over the cost that they bought them for. And so these bottles were actually worth like 10 times what they were selling for, and there was a line. People lined up to buy these, and they're worth just a fortune. Anyway, even people who don't drink at all were buying that so they could turn around and sell it. Did you find the pickles that were on offer? Eileen, I have not bought those pickles yet. I had a busy day on Saturday going out metal detecting and up in Chapel Hill, and I don't shop on Sunday, so today's my first chance. Mrs. R.A. is actually supposed to go out and get me some ice cream today. Cookie two-step ice cream in honor of Matthew Harris, who told me about this amazing flavor. Let's see, make sure your flashlights, make sure your phones are charged. Pauline, I have flashlights. I have more batteries than the average person should, and I can power pretty much all my devices off of them. And I'm set up to live stream even during the storm if I need to. So I just need a waterproof camera. Powdered milk time. No, yuck. Yuck, Lisa. That's disgusting. Who would drink that? Never. Okay, Texas here, we got MREs, propane-powered stove, water, a rule to eat cold foods first, solar-powered lights and chargers, USB fans, and more. Holly, you're set. And everyone, if you've got some issues with the hurricane, head over to Holly's house. She's got plenty of everything. Why don't people just collect the rainwater? Rosie, I can tell you why here in North Carolina. It's because we wouldn't know what to do with all the excess. Honestly, we get so much water here. A typical storm, we can pick up 3 inches without a problem, and it's nuts. Nobody has sprinklers on their lawn because they don't need it. I realize there are other parts of the country where every drop counts and it means something, but here it's just we get weekly car washes for free. Wonder if we'll be having any bad weather in Greenville, South Carolina. I think you're going to get some from the storm as well that comes up through the Gulf. Do watch the weather. Anyone on the southeast, you've got some issues. I do have a generator. I've got six 20-pound propane gas tanks because it's a propane-powered generator. And then I can also run gasoline on it. So I probably need to fill up the gas tanks as well. One of those people who like to go out and play in a hurricane. Dodie, do you grab the surfboard or the kite? Unique Detail says, can we add a cheers coffee time moment every morning? Just say quick cheers coffee time and hold up our mugs. Thanks. I do have a mug. I don't drink coffee, but I do have a mug. So here's a cheers. Mine, unfortunately, is pretty much empty. Some states heavily regulate how much rainwater you can collect. Yes, Colorado. Weather Watch, you're right. The states that are dry, generally, the states that are dry and don't have a lot of water depend on runoff to fill their streams and their waterways. Yeah, you Did he run to the store yet? Are you going to get me the cookie two-step ice cream or like a dozen bottles of pickles? Oh. Sorry, I came in to steal my iPad. That was all. All right. My cousin Zach from the motherland, who lives with us, always buys lentils and bags of beans when he shops, just in case we turn into USSR overnight. Nobody eats those. Lentils and beans. Everyone has them in their food storage for emergencies and wouldn't know what to do with them if it were to happen. They have non-refrigerated milk in Walmart in the dry milk aisle. Comes in a cardboard box. This is like the ultra-high temperature milk of the UK. I'm not a fan of that. It's not the same. I would rather drink it straight from the cow. Like straight from the cow, than drink that. My water bill was $80 for 1 month. Pauline, the worst I've had, $2,800 for 1 month water bill. That was a lot of water. Specifically, it was what, 60,000 gallons of water in 1 month, which is more than a tanker truck full of water.
R.A. two-step cookie ice cream fun. Ice cream, ice cream, ice cream.
Ice cream, ice cream, ice cream. Kimar, thank you very much. The two-step cookie ice cream by, I think it's Bluebell, or I forget the brand, but it's my local Walgreens, the only place that has it. I've been to all the stores. Walmart doesn't have it. Food Lion doesn't have it. I can only get it there. And it's on sale, too. It's normally like $9 for a half gallon. It's now like $6 for a half gallon. Let's see, who was saying that? What was that other comment just a second ago? Yeah, so the $80, normally it's not that high. What happened was our water line broke underground and just drained into the aquifer. And our bill, most of the cost of the water just draining into, most of the cost for a water bill is the sewer fee for treating the water after it's used and goes down the drain. And so once I found the break and could prove to the city that I had fixed it and the water had gone into the ground and not into the sewer system, they reduced the bill by about $2,000. So I only had to pay for the water side of it, like purchasing the water, which is about $800, which was better than close to $3,000. Okay. Ultra high temperature milk doesn't sound great. It stores very well though. It's great for mouth to udder. Pretty much, that's, it works for the calves. I can't see why not. No, it's, I did used to, as growing up, we used to get raw milk, which was, all you do is strain it, and that's it. You have to scoop the cream off the top. Okay, Red Pan, I realize it's expensive ice cream. It's for a half gallon. And it's really, really good. Really good. Kimar, I'm an ice cream lover and have never had it. Okay, it is so yummy. A couple places call it Texas two-step, but it's basically a very creamy vanilla ice cream with chocolate chip cookie dough and cookies and cream mixed in. And the combination is just heavenly. Okay, we're waiting for Judge to come back here. I think we're still live. I'm watching the clock. If you look in the very corner over here on the other side of the screen, it says 10:35. Yeah, okay, so yeah, it's live. We've got people moving. It's expensive. It is so good. It's not something I would be able to eat every day. Oh, welcome back, Your Honor. Please tell us we've got a good one.
Okay. Good morning, Ms. Ingram. She's not connected on.
Good morning. Wow. Interesting lighting source.
Good morning, Ms. Ingram.
Good morning.
Mr. Senke indicated that a hearing is not going to be necessary, so you are all set.
Oh, okay. Wonderful. Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
Shortest hearing ever. Louisiana Board of Pardons. I've never watched this one. Let's see.
All right, and so we are going on the record in the matter of the state of Michigan versus Erica Schultz, 231449. And counsel, your appearance, please.
Yes, good morning. Todd Barrett, appearing on behalf of Ms. Schultz, who's also present.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. I'm sorry. I'm recording on here.
Okay.
And I made sure it's pressed.
Okay.
Yes.
Just making sure.
Yeah, no, we're on the record. All right, ma'am, your name for the record.
Erica Schultz.
Okay, and today's the date scheduled for sentencing on your client's plea to an amended charge of operating while intoxicated second offense, reduced from a third offense. And so my first question, ma'am, is, have you been fingerprinted?
Yes.
When were you fingerprinted?
I came on Thursday.
Okay, all right. Okay, and counsel, you had an opportunity to review the report and recommendation with your client, correct?
Yes, I have. I have had the chance to review that information with her. It is factually accurate with one amendment.
Okay.
She has owned a home here in Wyandotte for the past, I believe it was indicated, like 10 years. That home is been for sale. She's actually closing on the sale today. This afternoon. She is going to be residing in the city of Southgate with her parents. So with that one exception, I did speak with, I've spoken with Probation Department 25th District Court. My client also went and met with Ms. Mendenhall with the probation department there, did the intake for the sobriety court. I got a message from her this morning, as did my client, to confirm that Judge Clifton has approved her entry into the sobriety court program, and they are ready to proceed in that respect. We find the recommendation to be reasonable and appropriate within the circumstances, Your Honor. Obviously, as to continue with no drugs, no alcohol, and comply with all the terms that are imposed on her through the sobriety court program.
Okay, so a couple things, ma'am, is you have the SoberLink device, correct? Okay. And in reviewing the report and recommendation, first, I'd like to indicate that I'm glad that you wanted to participate in the treatment court because, ma'am, it's clear that you need treatment. You need a significant amount of help.
We're about ready to jump to another court.
You consumed more than half of a fifth of vodka.
Ooh.
Perhaps more because your levels were 0.303. You attempted to pick your child up from school.
Oh my goodness.
And then did you attempt to pick another child up from childcare or no?
Half of a fifth.
Because that's what the report indicated.
That's a tenth.
That's what my son's father indicated. I was on my way to McDonald's to go to food when I got pulled over.
Okay.
Ooh.
Was that after somebody had contacted the police because you were attempting to pick up your child from school?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. I can address, fill in some of the blanks. My client actually, she has court tomorrow as well in Third Circuit with regards to family law matter. She has two children. The oldest child was with one gentleman, the youngest is with a second gentleman, and one of the fathers got an indication that my client may have been drinking that day, was concerned, contacted the other father, who subsequently contacted the police, was concerned that if she was consuming alcohol, perhaps picking up a child that day, made that police report. Don't blame him at all. Obviously, he was concerned about the child. In the grand scheme of things, my client realizes now it wasn't done maliciously or anything. He probably did her a huge favor in making sure that the road that she was on got stopped at that point and reinforced to her need for help. So,
well, and honestly, you did the child a huge favor
yes.
because then the two of them, the child was not in the vehicle with.
Yes, absolutely. So that's kind of the backstory with regards to how the incident was reported and how she was stopped that day.
Okay. And so, ma'am, there's some concerns. I'm not going to, this is a bond violation hearing with what Michelle just brought to my attention and gave you a copy of it as well. Not going to set it for a bond violation hearing per se, but ma'am, I'm going to address this because you were, it indicates a 0.009 at your test at the 7 a.m. test on Friday. And then you were scheduled to retest every 30 minutes. Then when you retested, you declined your photo. Why is that?
Honestly, I have the sober link and I did it while I was at work. I will take any blood test, any urine test, whatever you would like me to take to prove that I was not drinking. I have not drank. I just got my 6 months on the 24th.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That doesn't explain why there was not a photo, why you declined the photo.
I didn't decline the photo. I never declined the photo. So I don't know if it was, I'm not sure. I mean, as you can see in some of these pictures, I kind of try to do it in a corner at work sometimes when I'm on the floor. Because I can't always go into a room that no one's in. So I have to try to do it like we have little nurses stations that.
My understanding, Your Honor, is that on that date, which was last Friday, the 25th.
She's a nurse.
My client indicated she started her shift at the hospital at 7 o'clock that morning. So she would have been at work at the hospital at that time. I do understand the concern of not having a clear photo or if there's a hand over it or it does appear to be blocked. The only thing I can indicate, Your Honor, is the 0.009, obviously exceedingly low, but still understand the court's concern.
Yes, there was a guilty verdict on Friday.
So did you, what did you do different on August 25th, ma'am, that you would have ended up having the 0.009?
The only thing that I can think of is I
drank some vodka.
On Thursday, I bought Alani energy drinks.
You have anything to eat that morning?
I had the energy drink. I finished it like right before I punched in, and I didn't look at my phone.
Did you look to see what the ingredients are in that energy drink?
I did not.
Okay. Anything you purchase, you need to check the ingredients. The smallest amount of alcohol is a violation.
A high amount of sugar would also potentially be a violation. So make sure you read your labels and wash your mouth out.
I punched it between 6:55 and 7 a.m.
Okay, so here's the so just so you know, counsel, right? We just had our conference and some of the companies that utilize the SoberLink or things of that nature were present and actually learned a few new things. So and also I utilized one of those devices, actually two different ones, right? And so to see how that works how quickly the photo's taken, and, you know, when there's zero consumption, it's all zeros, not anything else detected. So there's also the most common excuses individuals use. I use mouthwash, I don't know, whatever. I cooked with alcohol, whatever it may be, right?
Absolutely.
We even received a type of, what's it called? I don't know. Like a spreadsheet type thing as to how, does it affect it? Does it not affect it? And if it does, what is that drop? And if it, would the drop be drastic and things of that nature? So it was actually very informative. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to adopt a recommendation. I'm going to indicate 24 months probation. The court's going to indicate you are to comply with all terms and conditions of the 25th District Court Sobriety Court. You're not to violate any criminal law of any unit of government. You're not to leave the state without the consent of the court. And counsel, here's where it's going to get a little bit murky, because I know that there was just a change with the payment of fines and costs with problem-solving courts. So I don't know if that's gone into effect yet or not. And that was actually one thing they didn't really clarify when we were at the conference.
It's gotten much muddier. Yes.
A lot more. So because it indicated before it needed to be the sentencing court, and now it's problem-solving court.
Right, normally you would impose the fines and costs and
right.
They would be collected in accordance with her probation at the problem-solving court. But those fines and costs would come back to the sentencing court because you were the original court of jurisdiction, is the way it used to work, wasn't it?
No, the sentencing court was the one that collected all the fines and costs and the cost of the problem-solving court, and sent that the cost of the problem-solving court to the problem-solving court.
Okay,
and now it appears as though everything is at the problem-solving court, but as is typical when there's changes to procedures, it's not all clear, or perhaps not all thoroughly thought through, I don't know. So I'm going to assess fines and costs, and then I guess we see what happens. If it's not in effect yet, I'm not supposed to be assessing those, then I guess we're not.
That would be my suggestion as well, is if your honor were to impose fines and costs, make it part of the sentencing order, and if that needs to be amended due to the policy changes, you'd be proper to do that administratively between the two probation departments and your honor.
Right, okay. So the court's going to indicate a $750 fine, a $100 screening assessment fee. There won't be any oversight fee with this court because that's through the sobriety court. $200 for the cost of prosecution. Crime victim assessment fee of $75. Justice system assessment fee of $50.
I'm in Pitt County by Greenville.
And that's not listed on here. I feel like the cost for the sobriety court, isn't it $1,540? I can't recall 25th district courts.
And I can't recall either, your honor.
Okay. Well, she does this paperwork. We're going to jump over to another court just briefly.
$1,540. I don't know why.
Let's go over here.
This time, but make sure you do whatever the county attorney tells you about that diversion.
We haven't seen Judge Webster in a little bit.
Yes, Your Honor. All right. Mr. Patterson, is there someone you'd like to take up at this time?
Judge, we have some people in jail and I'm trying to see who they have in the chair.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but if Mr. DeVay is going to be on these, would this be a good time for me to meet with Mr. Regier?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Regier, are you available to talk to Mr. Andrews?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Okay, Savannah, could you please put Mr. Andrews and Mr. Regier in a breakout room? You got it.
Mr. Regier is a robot.
All right.
Your Honor, they have Johnny Bowers with a B.
Johnny Bowers.
That's not him? Oh, I'm sorry. I got that wrong. Kenesha Gillis. Apologize.
A little over an hour away.
Okay.
I need to put my glasses on.
Yeah. She has her hair pulled back. I'm not used to seeing that.
Please silence your phone, Darren. Mr. Aguirre is who they in Star Trek they modeled Data after, the character Data.
Let's take up Miss Gillis.
We don't have a big case today.
2022 TR 101, State of Kansas versus Kanisha Diana Elizabeth Gillis. Please announce appearances.
Your Honor, Darren Devaney on behalf of the state.
Your Honor, Darren Patterson appear on behalf of Kanisha Gillis. Ms. Gillis does appear from the Butler County Jail. Your Honor, would announce at this time the sole charge on the information is driving while suspended, Class A non-person misdemeanor. To that charge, Ms. Gillis is going to enter a plea of guilty.
And Ms. Gillis, how do you plead to driving while suspended after a prior conviction for the same?
Guilty.
Is anyone making you enter this plea of guilty by any kind of threat or promise other than maybe a plea agreement?
No, ma'am.
Not yet, Holly. We're
You
still waiting
understand
on
you're
them.
giving up your right to trial as well as your right to appeal conviction with this plea?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell me what happened on December 8th of 2021 that would make you guilty of this charge?
I just know it's been so long ago.
All right. Well, do you remember being stopped by an officer on that day?
I do.
And were you driving an automobile at the time?
I was.
Did you have a valid driver's license?
I did not.
What was wrong with your license?
It was suspended.
Okay. And apparently you had a prior conviction for that?
Correct.
Do you remember where your prior conviction took place?
I do not.
Well, the state says on the 21st day of September 2011 in Wichita Municipal Court. Do you remember ever going to Wichita Municipal Court for driving while suspended?
Yeah.
And getting convicted for that?
Yeah.
All right. And any chance you remember where you were pulled over in Butler County?
No.
Is that correct?
On Lulu Street, I don't know. I really don't.
She has no recollection of these events happening. What about London's in for?
Mr. Devaney, do you have that ticket handy with the location?
Yeah, I do. I'm looking up right now, Judge. It looks like it was on 702 North Lulu Street, which would be in Augusta, Kansas.
Okay, I will find I have jurisdiction and that your plea is freely and voluntarily given and the factual basis exists to find you guilty. So I do find you guilty. Recommendations for sentencing?
Your Honor, recommend a underlying sentence of 6 months in the county jail, $100 fine, 1 year of reporting probation with court services, the assessment of court costs, and there's also a probation supervision fee. The defendant apparently has already served, I believe, approximately 7 days in jail. So the underlying, the 5-day requirement's already been met. So there's no further sanction needed. And ask that jail time credit obviously be applied towards the balance of the sentence.
Okay. Mr. Patterson, anything further?
Judge, we'd ask the court to adopt the recommendations. I would tell the court that the jail records would show that she was booked in on August 21st at 16:30 hours, which is in excess of the 5 days. So we just ask for credit for that, Judge.
Ms. Gillis, have you been working lately?
Yes.
Where do you work?
I work for Janet King Cleaning Services.
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
Janet King Cleaning Services.
Okay. Is that a full-time job?
Yes, it is.
40 hours or more a week?
Well, I wouldn't say that much, but yeah, I try to.
Okay. And remind me, do you have any minor children that you're taking care of?
I do.
Okay. All right. Your sentence will be for controlling term of 6 months. The law does require that on a second offense, you do have to serve at least 5 days, and I order that, but I also give you credit for the time you've already served. Concerning the rest of the 6 months, I will give you probation. You must report to court services, and you'll do that as soon as you get out of jail. Your fine is $100, and your supervision fee is $60. I am going to waive your attorney fees. And you'll make that payment according to whatever your probation officer tells you. Looks like it's probably going to be about $160. They'll set up a time for when to pay that and how to pay it. Is there anything else we need to address, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, just ask that she be given the information about getting with probation after she gets out.
Okay. Your probation department phone number, do you have a way to record that?
Yeah. Go ahead.
It's 316-322-4153.
Okay.
Call them and they'll get you all squared away.
Okay.
But basically, they're going to go over the list of probation conditions with you. They're standard. Make sure that you understand them and comply with them, because you sure don't need to come back here and see me again on these matters.
Okay.
We might have a new one for
Thank
us
you,
to
Ms.
jump to
Gillis. You're
out of
excused at
Louisiana.
this time.
Check this out. Just one second.
Go back.
This is out of Louisiana. This is the Louisiana Board
I didn't want to get caught.
Pardons on Parole. Dude in the center in the top
If
right
she was alive.
wants to get out, and he's basically making his plea in front of the board.
Then what did you do?
Before I left her body, I did look at the front side of her body. She was wearing a nightgown. I looked at her, and I left and went downstairs and went through some drawers and found and took some items.
What did you see?
A gun that I found in a drawer, some jewelry on the table, and there may be a couple other items that I had taken. But those are the gun and the watch and the ring are items that I clearly remember taking.
And then what did you do?
I left the house and went back home.
So you were certainly, you had decided you were going to kill somebody, didn't care who, you were just going to kill somebody. Then after you knew exactly what you were doing, and then you didn't get caught for how long?
9 months, sir.
And how did you get caught?
I had told a couple friends, but one in particular, he had told his mother, and I think she had told the police.
Why did you tell friends what you did? I mean, you didn't want to get caught, and it sounds to me, I'm going to be honest with you, it sounds to me from reading the police report, you were in a bar drinking with some friends and bragging about what you had done, and then they turned you in.
It was
Is that
never,
basically what happened?
I did tell friends at a bar, but it was never in the light of a bragging situation. Never. I was very ashamed. I was still very fearful. I think that actually I wanted to get caught in the weirdest type of way by telling them. I need it.
Now, you indicated that you had used those brass knuckles before. Had you ever beaten anyone really bad with those brass knuckles?
I mean, no, sir. I mean, guys had bats and I had brass knuckles, in the street, basically in a street fight.
While you were, after you got arrested and before you went to trial, we talked earlier about your filing, or at least your lawyer filing a motion to determine your competency. And I think your plea initially was not guilty and not guilty by reason of insanity, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any sort of mental evaluations back then?
I believe I did, both by the state and a doctor that had evaluated me as well. That was
And
provided.
did they determine any sort of a diagnosis?
I think both had various opinions.
And as a result of those evaluations. Did you ever get any treatment?
No, sir.
Your doctor, I assumed, suggested you had some issues.
I believe so, yes, sir. And the state's doctor said that I did.
You did. But at no time did you ever try to get any sort of mental health treatment?
I mean, no social worker or psychiatrist. I believe maybe in Orleans Parish, I had seen someone, but there was nothing extensive. And I think from the side of my attorney or the doctor who was with me, they could not provide any help.
So from the time you got arrested until today, you haven't had any sort of extensive mental health evaluations or treatment or medication or anything like that?
No, sir. No, sir.
Now, you've taken a lot of programs. You've done a lot of very positive things while you've been in prison. I've read all of them. You've done a lot of work in the faith-based programs. You've got a lot of letters from a lot of very important people suggesting all of the very good things that you've done. As you look back now on what happened, how do you explain it?
Well, I've done a lot of in-depth self-research, mostly dealing with my personality and coming to understand who I am. What I found to be is, number one, I am an introvert, a hardwired introvert. So being able to express myself or looking for help at that time was not easy for me to do. Another big part of my personality was impulsiveness. So the anger problem that I didn't recognize or denied having to myself or to anybody else, I was able to address it, and I just didn't have the skills or the desire to address it or to be helped. But in here, coming to understand who I am, basically what makes me tick, especially my anger, I have worked very hard on it, and it's basically a platform that I help others with in everyday situations.
Well, what have you learned in your anger management programs? You know, I mean, generally speaking, and let me finish my question, I guess, with the statement. Generally speaking, when we think of anger management, we think of people that get into conflicts, and as a result of an immediate conflict, they do something without thinking. What you did was very well thought out. This lady that you attacked and killed had done you absolutely nothing. So tell me what your anger management or anger programs have taught you to be able to prevent something like that from happening in the future.
Particularly me, as I said, my feelings and my emotions, I recognize them. I'm able to take time to step back and analyze what I'm feeling, why I'm feeling it, and most of all, most importantly to me now, as I'm able to share with others openly what I'm feeling, versus when I was 21 and years before that, that just was not me. And I basically trained myself to do those things and express how important it is to others in this anger management courses that I have facilitated in. It's just understanding what I'm dealing with at the time. And another big part of it is that the things that I'm in control of, I control. And it's far and few things that I do control. I realize that. I just, every day, my crime, the unjustified murder that I committed on Miss Deborah Koresh, I just, I try to live it out by helping others. There's nothing that I can do to bring her life back and the things that I've stolen from her family and her friends. But my life does revolve around that moment. I'll make it a point.
Tell me what you've taken several programs involving victim awareness. Tell me what you've learned about the family of Ms. Perez and what they have gone through all this time.
Well, sir, there's no way that I could understand what they've ever felt or gone through, what I've stolen from their lives. Hearing the people in victims awareness speak, the mothers, that was a huge moment for me, because I'll share this with you. My family has loved me so much that they've never shared how much I've hurt. So I try to multiply that for Miss Deborah's family, and I can't do it.
Mr. Silva, do you think you need some sort of a mental health evaluation to determine? I mean, you've done a lot of personal work, it sounds like, on your own. I mean, you've taken classes and you've learned some things, and you really got into religion, and you've done a lot of things, and you've done a lot of things outwardly to help other people. I'm concerned about what you've done inwardly. I mean, clearly your record of service to other people and what you've done is really good. But you know, I'm a Catholic boy. I grew up in the Catholic school system, all of that. I know a lot of religious people who have emotional issues. They're wonderful people, but they've got emotional issues. And I don't see that you've had anything professionally to deal with that yet. You've done some things. So do you think you need something like that, a mental health evaluation to make sure whatever was ticking wrong inside you is not going to tick wrong again if you get out?
Most definitely. I would definitely like to have, at minimum, a social worker on a regular basis, just to talk to and deal with. You know, I do have those people in my family and friends that I am able to share with, but not on a professional level. But I would invite a social worker at minimum, or any other professional in the psychology department.
Have you requested that since you've been in prison? Have you talked to anyone about possibly getting someone that you could talk to about these things?
Not specifically dealing with my case, my anger, but I have spoken with a social worker on some anxiety issues recently that I had been dealing with, and it went well. It was very helpful and insightful. But as far as seeking specifically my crime, my anger problem, the classes that I had dealt with as a mentor, that therapy, getting the group moving in a direction, which is not easy, I find that being very helpful for me, probably more so than for the individuals that I had intended the material for. But I am open to any kind of professional help that would
Gordon, what can you tell us about Mr. Silva?
So, yeah, Mr. Barrymore, he's been doing well, like you pointed out. He's taken a lot of courses. He helps out as a mentor. Hasn't had any disciplinary issues in many years. As far as his mental health goes, he's LOC 5H, so he hasn't been diagnosed with anything here from his mental health evaluation here. Again, I share your concerns on the crime and his reasoning for it. That's concerning. I hope that he can continue some kind of mental health treatment, deal with that. That's all I have.
Thank you. That's all.
Ms. Raymond?
Mr. Silva, you do have a good a good history of disciplinary, but you did have a contraband write-up. What was that about?
Is that in 1996, sir?
Right, it's a long time ago.
Yes, sir. I had first arrived in Angola, and I had a knee surgery, an ACL reconstruction, and they had given me some pain medication. One of the pill calls in this, I first arrived at a cell block, Tiger working cell block, and my leg was still in the immobilizer brace, and they passed out my medication to me around between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. I fell asleep with it in my hand. So what happens is the shakedown crew appeared on the tier at Tiger Cell Block, and they found the medication for me.
Okay, so it's medication from the prison.
It's prescribed to me, yes, sir.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't alcohol or drug. Thank you.
I did just reach out to Brandy. She's okay. It took a turn. It just looks like it's just going to miss her right now.
Lord.
Mr. Silver, how old a person was Miss Koresh?
She was 40 years old, sir.
40 years old, and you were 20, and you were 21, right?
Yes, sir.
And how many times had you been in her presence or you had met Miss Koresh?
One time, sir.
So you met this person one time. This person was twice your age, and you knocked on her door, and you said her air conditioner was leaking.
Yes, sir. Water was leaking, yes, sir.
Yeah. And then you proceeded with the brass knuckles that you took before you decided to knock on her door and walk in, and she ran up the stairs, and you went up and you beat her to death.
Yes, sir.
Then why did you tell your friends in the bar that you went over to help your mother's next door neighbor? You saw some of her private parts, you got aroused, you had sex, and you went crazy and you beat her to death.
Yes, sir.
So why did you tell your friends you were bragging?
I would not call that bragging to them. I did a lot as a part of my character prior to coming to prison. I was a liar and I was a thief on many levels, and stealing her life has been the biggest theft that I'll ever commit.
So what you tell your friends in the bar was a lie?
Pretty much so, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So basically, that was a lie. You beat the person to death. You said you didn't know exactly why. You just wanted to kill somebody. Why did you rob her of rings and watches and give it to some of your friends if you didn't exactly know what you were doing?
Right. As I stated a minute ago, I'd always been a thief from a young age, whether breaking into places or stealing people's property. And it was part of growing up. And though I grew up around some older friends, even at a young age, I still take responsibility for those actions. Those learned behaviors had carried over into bigger things. And basically my behavior was this, that I had fun at the cost of others' expenses. That was my mindset and my heart set as a young kid, as a teenager, and a young adult.
So if you ever released and you feel like killing somebody again, what are we going to do?
Well, Mr. Roche, even though I'm on a TV screen and you may not be able to see the person that I am, I will never hurt another person. again, it's a very unfortunate that I stole her life and when I turned her family's life upside down. But I hope you can at least set some truth that the man that I am today, it'll never happen. I think that the process that I've taken, the repentance that I've asked for from God, it's turned some serious light switches on in my life, in many dimensions of my life. And there's no turning back for me. There's no other options. And I do feel confident that I'm a giver of life and not a distributor of death and destruction any longer.
Mr. Silver, I'm the first one to acknowledge that you've done tremendous things while you're incarcerated, community service. You've visited cell blocks. You've done tremendous things. But my major concern this morning is that you have a problem. That problem has not been addressed. The same concerns Mr. Marabella has, the same concerns that Warden Forlorn had. You have not seen or received any professional help with a problem that you have. While you're incarcerated, you're under a controlled environment. And you do very well. And maybe you're one of those persons that will do very well in a controlled environment, such as incarceration. But I worry about what William Silver will do if and when he's ever released. Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Roche. Mr. Silva, we do have opposition that's been expressed, as you can imagine. All members of the victim's family are strongly opposed to any favorable consideration for your release. But we do also have numerous letters of support from the Catholic community that are in the record. I don't see any other questions, so we'll hear from the folks who are here today in support. Could we first hear from Andrea Meyer?
First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the Koresh family and how our family is very sorry for their loss. We're constantly aware of that over the years. My name is Andre Meyer. I'm Billy's older sister. I'm beyond grateful that I have this opportunity to tell you a little bit about Billy. Billy, unfortunately, was born into a very volatile life filled with drugs and physical and verbal abuse from our dad. Even before he was born, while my mom was pregnant with him, she was pushed downstairs. The violence was often, some days worse than others. We went periodically without electricity, water, food, money, and all due to my dad's drug habits. We spent numerous times where I had to hide us both in a car, under a bed, or just outside because I was the big sister and the protector. My brother struggled with school from the very beginning, but how could he not? He grew more and more frustrated throughout grammar school and high school. The more he would try to focus and do well, it just didn't happen. His behavior was becoming worse. He was withdrawn, frustrated. He didn't want to listen to anything that me or my mom had to tell him. Nearly 30 years ago, he committed a horrific crime, one I know that he is truly sorrowful for and lives it every day. He was sent to Louisiana State Penitentiary with a sentence of life with no parole. My mom and the rest of the family were in complete shock. Billy had always been very protective of women. Entering the prison system, I was concerned that his behavior would only get worse, but I was wrong. Over the years, almost from the beginning, I saw a traumatized young guy, grow into a man of real substance. He is focused, driven, and determined to change his life for the better. He's filled with love, compassion, and moral standards. He inspires people on the inside and outside of those walls. He wants to make a difference. He now chooses hope over convenience and others over himself. Throughout all of the different prisons that he's been in, not only has he found God, he's dedicated his life to him. He's a trustee and a Catholic minister that truly relishes mentoring his fellow inmates. He's prayed with the sick and dying. He's helped some to lose weight with exercise and learn to eat better for their health. He's found incredible father figures in the deacons and priests that have become his family. They guide him and believe in him. And he's found a peace that he's never known before. When my daughter Madison was born in 1999, it was Billy that I chose to be her godfather. I'm certain that some people had an issue with that, but I saw the growth and the change in him. There was no one else that could have done the job any better than him. They speak often to this day. He gives her advice, asks about her work day at the hospital.
So while she's talking really quickly,
she's also
he was sentenced to life without parole. Why is he in front of the parole board then, if you got life without parole? Did I miss something?
I'm sorry, I'm a little shaky.
It's okay. Can you wrap it up for us, please?
In the event Billy is granted a commutation, he will definitely be supported financially and emotionally, and we will help with anything that he needs. Deacon and his wife have known Billy for over 20 years. They will give him a place for him to live and a job. These people have opened their hearts to him and they love him as much as he loves them. Since 2015, I've been battling stage 3 cancer, now stage 4. Billy has been one of my biggest supporters from day one. He's been a calm, soothing source of comfort for me. That's the person that he is today, an encourager. He's a compassionate and understanding little brother. And I know without a doubt that if this honorable committee chooses to allow Billy a second chance to be a productive member of society again, he will not let us down. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Simmons.
I'm here in support of William Silva and also in speaking as a proxy for County Nola, my business partner. She's the one that extended the opportunity for Billy, if released, to live with her and Zeke and to be employed by Kathy. I've known Billy 25 years. And I went through Foundations for Ministry 1, 2, and 3 with Billy. Should be. 1 and 2, Billy moved to another prison too. But part of the Foundations for Ministry was discussing wrongs that you had committed and discussing it inside a group of people, your peers, 2 people that were from outside that were facilitating. And this is in like 2001. So relatively soon after Billy got to prison. He said everything that he said to them in those small groups. And I know that there are members of the board who have worked inside the prisons and inside the system. I'm not making excuses for anybody, but the mental health programs that we have inside the prison, especially in Angola, for most of my stay there, was medication. You could get evaluated walking through the door, but you get medicated if you have an issue. And that's unfortunately the situation that it is. Billy was able to get treatment for his problems and come to terms and change his life through the religious program of Catholic Church inside Magnolia. And the instruction of Bill and Audrey Gibson, who went through all of the different classes with us, and me personally standing before you today. He's a wonderful person to know. He was an older brother to me in prison. And I truly believe in my heart that if given an opportunity to rejoin society, that he won't let anyone down, that he'll continue to be the person that you see today, the growth that he's had. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Deacon Zeke.
I'm looking at the, this is State versus
Pete Noah
Silva,
here. I met Billy about 20 years ago.
1997.
In prison. He was quiet, kind of to himself. But over the years, they told me, when you go to prison, when I was in training for it, remember, these men are not your friends. So don't go in there thinking you're going to make a friend. Well, unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, when I met Billy, he became my friend. So for 20 years,
that's the
we
case.
worked, almost 20 years, we worked together. Same office, he had an office, and I had an office, along with another inmate. Of course, we often prayed every morning together, and we became very close friends. I saw something in him that I see in other inmates too. He was compassionate, but he came to me, first of all, in shackles. Not the shackles that you see in Angola, but shackled by guilt and shame. And he had to deal with that. And in his own way, he did. I don't know what kind of programs did he go through to help him along. He was dancing in his spiritual life. But whatever he did, it worked. He was always ready to change his mind and his way of thinking if he thought that would be better for him. I have offered Billy a place to stay in my home and a job with my company, my wife's company. We feel like we can trust him. He's earned our trust. And I just think that he has done very well while he was in prison. And I agree with you, Judge Tony, that he needs more development. I don't know if he can get that in prison. We can help him get that. I'm sure he will go for it if we suggest it, and I'll hold his hand and take him and pick him up. We're standing ready to help him to deal with the outside world and to practice some of the changes that he's learned in prison. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. And we do see, I don't know if the parole project is here, but they are in support of Mr. Silva. Mr. Silva, is there anything you'd like to say before we turn it over to Ms. Jenkins?
Yes, ma'am, there is.
Okay.
My actions in August 11th, 1993, to myself, first and foremost, are inexcusable and very shameful. And I need to let the victim's family know, her friends and her co-workers, that stealing her life and removing her from their lives, I'll never forget it. And even in that pain that I'll never know that they feel, in a very big way, that's what moves me to become a better human being. And,
Thank you.
At the same token, I'd like to apologize to my family, shattering their lives as well. And I just hope that that any and everyone that's listening can see me as a human being, that I'm not an animal. So, I've made some very serious mistakes, and I'll pay for them, and I'll continue to pay for them, whether I'm in here or I'm free. And I've made that choice to let it live before my eyes and my heart. And I just want to thank the board for granting me this time to share with you my thoughts and my feelings. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jenkins.
Hi, good morning. Thank you all for accommodating Mr. Silva's application for a clemency hearing. I did not help him prepare his application. He emailed it to me after he was granted a hearing and asked if I would help him on his case. And when I read the application, I threw it down and asked, what in the world could I possibly do with this? Because there is no explanation for his actions on that day, and he admits that fully and freely. I've spent countless hours with him trying to get to the root of why he did what he did, and the answers he provided to you today are the same answers he has provided to me in every single meeting that we've had. There's no explaining what was going on in his head that day. But it is very clear that from the moment he entered Angola, he took it upon himself to become a better person because he could not undo what had already been done. So as far as risk of reoffending, because we all share that concern, let's talk about the circumstances of his offense that will not reoccur. He will not ever be a 21-year-old with an undeveloped brain again. He has matured. He has completed education that he once thought impossible. He is now able to process his emotions instead of suppressing them and letting them build within him until they're out of control. This is one thing that has been a point of every conversation that we have had. And instead of refusing to accept help and guidance from the people who care about him, he now seeks it out willingly. He has called me concerned because his body was exhibiting signs of anxiousness that he did not know how to deal with. And so I gave him my advice, and he told me he had seen a social worker, which is an improvement from his behavior almost 30 years ago. Whenever I proffered the idea of seeing a therapist long-term if he is released, he wholeheartedly jumped on board. He doesn't know the differences between psychiatrists and social workers and psychologists, but as an officer of the court, I can assure you that if he is released, I will assist him with getting enrolled in Medicaid and getting a psychiatrist to see him at least once a week, if not more. He will be in St. Francisville, Louisiana, in the country, far away from the victims and the area of his crime. He will be under the guidance and oversight of two well-respected and very trustworthy individuals, Connie and Zeke Nola, who will also employ him and see that he gets to and from work and home every day. He is not intending to get his freedom so that he can go out and celebrate. He simply wants to be released so that he can begin returning his debt to society and one day is reestablish his relationship with his sister, his nieces, and his daughter. There's so much more that could be said about William Silva, but I will conclude by saying that he has taken advantage of absolutely every opportunity that has been available to him while in the Department of Corrections. He will continue to do so, but in terms of giving additional mental health assistance, that must be done on the outside. So for all of the reasons in the memo, in the application, and that you've heard today, we respectfully request that you vote in favor of granting his commutation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I believe we're prepared to vote.
I'd like to move for executive session.
We have a motion for executive session by Mrs. Jackson, second by Mr. Roche. Is there any objection? All right, we will be in executive session to discuss confidential matters. We'll be back shortly.
Wow, they moved to have a break. board is in executive session discussing confidential matters. The hearing will resume shortly. It's almost like she was reading a script. Good morning. Good morning, Nicole. Good to have you here. I know we did have a very brief a troll that made his way in. I think we fixed him. He's not here anymore. Now we have to know. I don't know what they're discussing, but they were about to vote, and one of the members moved for executive session, and pretty much is basically saying, "Hey, we need to talk about something off the record." They could make the decision right now. I mean, as soon as they come back, they could vote and make this decision. I think it will happen right now. You missed the troll. I was really quick on getting rid of it. Not quick enough. I think Ashley saw it. Let's see. Miss Jackson always asks the best questions. This is the first time I've seen this. I haven't followed the parole hearings at all, and it's quite intriguing. We see a lot on the other side, but here I looked at this particular case. It was State v. Silva. We heard some of the facts of the case. Let's see if I can give you just a brief. He was indicted by grand jury, first-degree murder of Deborah Corridge. Let's see. There was a 3-day trial. A 12-member jury found him guilty as charged. The jury was not able to reach a conclusion that the defendant should be put to death, so he was sentenced to life in prison at hard labor without benefit of parole. So he's got a motion for a commutation of his sentence because he wouldn't be up for parole normally. Okay. The woman was found dead by her boyfriend. She had been beaten, strangled, and left for dead. They're saying there was no sign of rape. The house was not ransacked, but some valuables had been removed, including some that she was wearing. Let's see. He did try to hide evidence of this. Burned his clothes. He tried to plead not guilty by reason of insanity, but the court's doctor said he was sane. Let's see. That's pretty much all the interesting parts out of there. Anyway, interesting. They're in executive session. Kimar says, I watched the case about Michelle Lessman, Sykeston, Missouri. The guy was 16, wrongfully convicted for her unalive and spent 16 years in prison. Sued the state and got $4 million. Let's see. Yeah, this is the lacking professional support on the inside, where apparently there was some options for him to get some help, and he has not made himself available to that. Can we get a pardon and parole session for the troll? Nope. The trolls. Here's the thing. Sometimes people come in and make some comments that are not sensitive, and we try to help them and address that. But if somebody comes in and is blatantly racist, we don't need that here. He does seem remorseful, though. He's saying the right things. His lawyer has said things that support the fact that he seems to have done this on his own. Let's see. He's 51 years old now, so he's been in for 30 years. Or at least it's been 30 years since the crime was committed. see, but most of us would be remorseful after being caught. Doesn't mean their remorse is being of the crime, just the consequences. Mr. Repertorso, the thing that I noticed is that he spoke very matter-of-factly about his involvement. Like, yes, sir, that's what I did. Yes, sir, that's what I did. You know, beat them to death. We're at brass knuckles. Yes, sir. And then the only time he became tearful was when he started talking about his own family and how, and it seems like that did get to him, where he didn't seem to have that same remorse for the victim's family. Was this person diagnosed with any mental illness? No, Michelle. Some signs of what they called schizophrenia, but they ruled that he was competent. Yeah, the initial sentence, they were basically choosing whether they were going to do death penalty or not. They ended with life in prison without parole, and now he wants to have his sentence ended after 30 years. I don't think he has a good shot at that. What was the name of the prison? It's in Louisiana. We were talking about it. I'm thinking LaGuardia, but that's the airport. One of you guys will. Angola. There you go. Angola. And LaGuardia. I don't know where that came from. The victim's family was not there, Maui Bell, although they had written letters saying they were not in support. Thank you. Everybody knew it was Angola except for me. I've served my time in LaGuardia. Anyone who's done a layover in LaGuardia has served their time. Okay, it looks like we might be, it's the most we've seen of this one. They might be coming back. See if they take their seats, see what they decide. It's pretty much sixes, you know. 6 of one, half a dozen of another, a dozen of another. Okay, they're back. We're missing Miss Jackson, right? They're going to give her another minute. Let's see if we'll have time to put the poll together. I'm going to say parole, even though it's not parole. It's a commutation of a sentence. It's just easier for me to type that than try to learn how to spell commutation. So would you vote to grant parole is the question. I don't know. It has to be unanimous, right? Is it a majority rule or a unanimous in parole board for Louisiana? Commutation, that's it. Substitute parole with this word right here. Thank you, DMB. Communism says that.
Okay, we are back in regular session and prepared to vote. Mr. Marabella will be voting first.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Silva, you've done a lot of good things while you've been in prison. You've got a lot of support from the people that have written letters on your behalf. You've helped a lot of people while you've been in prison. Those things are undeniable. I commend you for that. I have concerns. I have concerns about facts of the case. We don't always get hung up on just the facts of the case because almost every case that we hear is a horrible set of circumstances. In my opinion, yours is a little different. I mean, this was a cold-blooded, premeditated type of a case that involved throughout your legal proceedings a lot of mental health discussions, and I'm very concerned about that. In spite of all of the things that you've done while you've been in prison, I'm concerned about safety to the community, and I'm concerned about the possibility of your doing this again, or something clicking again inside you. while you've been in prison, you have done some tremendous things. There's no question of that. And as a board, we often disagree on what we believe is the right thing to do. But our responsibility is to vote our conscience. And my conscience today tells me that I just don't think you're ready. I'm not ready to recommend to the governor that he sign a commutation unless I get some significant mental health evaluation to determine that this is not likely to happen again. You've done a lot of things on your own. I think you need more help. So my vote today would be to deny, in spite of the fact that you've done a lot of wonderful things.
Mr. Freeman,
I concur with Mr. Marabella.
Mrs. Jackson.
Mrs. Silva, I appreciate your absolute honesty today. That's always important to me in these hearings. And some of the things that we have concerns about, we probably wouldn't have known, but for the fact that you were so honest about what was going on with you during the time of crime. You can't change the facts of the case. They are what they are. The only thing that you could do is change yourself. And I think you've done a tremendous job doing that. And I think you do have insight into the things that were going on in your life that resulted in this crime. So my vote today would be to make a recommendation for a pardon or commutation, I'm sorry, to 99.
She's been reading my poll.
Mr. Rocha.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Silva, I have the same concerns as Mr. Marabella. I'm concerned about the life of mental health treatment over the last 29 years.
His name is Billy or William Silva.
You have public safety issues. It is my responsibility if I remotely think that your release will be endangering society, I have an obligation to deny your request until you get the necessary mental health evaluation and the extensive mental health care that I think you need. I cannot vote for you. So my vote is to deny.
All right, Mr. Silva, so you've received one favorable vote, 3 that were not favorable, so you know what the outcome of today's proceeding is because you need 4 like votes. So today the outcome is that your application for clemency has been denied. Good luck to you. Keep doing the good work that you're doing.
Thank you, Chairman.
So they need 4. Apparently, they need unanimous 4 votes to release, or 4 votes to recommend the commutation request go to the governor. So it looks like he was given instructions, basically, of saying, "Hey, you could change my mind if you got some mental help." He covered the backstory a little bit. Basically, 21 years old. Just, things were not going well for him. He decided that he wanted to unalive somebody, and he chose a neighbor. Made an excuse to get in her house and killed her. So, get therapy at a minimum. Let's see if they're going to bring up another case here. Looks like we've got another person waiting right now. I think this is something he could have requested, and he chose not to, or he didn't do anything along that line. He's checked all the other boxes pretty much, but he's not done any mental health analysis really, or work with a professional that way. The holding hands thing, that's under the table. That was a little much. I believe that was his lawyer. She testified that she did not help him with his paperwork, his application. He had submitted the whole thing, was granted a meeting, and then he sent it to her and said, "Hey, would you help me? Would you be there for me?" When did this happen? 1997, I believe. So he was 21 at the time. He's 51 now. I think there were a couple years. It took a couple years to get him convicted. Initially, he sort of fought the system, didn't plead guilty, but initially was saying it was guilty by reason of insanity. That did not work for him. They ruled he was sane, and he ended up getting found guilty unanimously, but they would not. The jury could not sentence him to death, so they gave him life in prison without parole. At least they couldn't reach that. The death penalty was an option, but they couldn't reach that conclusion. The hand in the lap, a little bizarre. Yep. Okay. Oh, wait, we might, let's see. Oh, here we go.
All right, we are back in session. Mr. Hess, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number, please.
My name is Gene Hess, 304762.
Yes, sir. And let's see, you have with you Kelly Herrera, your stepdaughter.
Yes, ma'am.
I guess she's on Zoom, right? She's trying to log in. So, and she wants to speak on your behalf. So at the appropriate time, we'll call on her to do that. And you have your wife there with you, Mrs. Hess, your sister, McKinney Hess, and your brother, Rocky Hess. Thank y'all for being here and support. That's so important. I'll just read some identifying information into the record, Mr. Hess, and then I will turn it over to Mrs. Jackson. Your case has been assigned to her. She'll take the lead on the interview. And then we'll hear from your stepdaughter at the appropriate time. Mr. Hess, you're here today. You're seeking a commutation of your sentence, and you were sentenced in the 25th Judicial District, Plaquemines Parish, in November 1991 to a life sentence for a first-degree murder conviction. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you answer Mrs. Jackson, please?
Good morning, Mr. Hess. How are you doing?
Good morning, Ms. Jackson.
How old are you?
53 at the time.
And how long have you been incarcerated on this case?
I was arrested December the 23rd, 1990.
How many years?
33, about 33 years now.
All right. So you were about 20 years old when this crime occurred. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, let's talk about what was going on in your life when you were about 20 years old. Had you graduated from high school?
No, ma'am. Not at that time at 20. No, ma'am.
When did you stop going to school?
7th grade.
And why was that?
My dad and my brother went to prison. And I had to take care of my mom and my little brother. So I went to shrimping and fishing.
All right. And how old were you when you started working?
13.
How old?
13.
And how long did you work in the fishing industry?
Until I was about 16, and I got a job with Bama Construction as a welder's helper and advanced into a welder.
Okay. I think you're fine. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not sure what they're waiting for here. Having some Zoom issues. Who was it? I don't know who sent this to me. Let me check the burner phone really quickly. I think it was KT. There was a law change in Louisiana that makes it so that inmates who were sentenced to life without parole can be eligible for commuting their sentence. 3,000 inmates in Louisiana could get parole under the new law. Here's who would be eligible. I was just glancing through quickly. It sounds like they changed some things that because the standard for sentencing people was all over the place. And I guess it was too wide, and they tried to address that. And people that were sentenced under that old standard now basically have a chance to get out. I think you can anyone who has got a life without parole can apply to get your sentence commuted. Wow, they just went dark. They just stopped mid whatever. Yeah, so this is the normal process, the parole process. When somebody gets out before their sentence is done, it would have been generally it's through the parole system, where they have a hearing like this before a parole board, and they get to say, here's what I did, here's how I feel about that, and I'm sorry, or I'm not sorry, whatever. This is what I've done to improve myself. This is how I'm going to stay out of trouble or contribute to society. And then the board will hear that, and generally they also hear victims. Usually the victims, the family is notified that there would be a parole hearing, and so they have the opportunity to make an appearance and say, hey, in some cases the family says, hey, we actually think he has changed. We'll support the parole effort. Other times it's more common that they don't want it. They say, look, we don't get our sibling back or our mother back or our relative back, so we don't think he should get out either. But let's end the poll here. Let's see. We did end the poll, and it had. Let's see. It's gonna post? It's not gonna post. I don't know. We had 71% said no, they would not grant parole, which was right in line, 71 to 28. That's basically in line with the same stats that we saw in there. They have 4 votes, and 3 were no, and 1 was yes. I like watching this side. We watch so much of the intake side, and then don't know what happens after the prison in the middle. So this is interesting. We'll keep an eye on this. Dream of Laundry, you're in Louisiana also. How long has he been? These people were in for like 30 to 40 years, is what I've been thinking. I'm not sure where the Zoom went. We might jump to another court really quickly while we're waiting. How about we pop back over here?
Just as in Butler County, I will accept your plea and find you guilty of count 2, operating a motor vehicle without insurance, and count 1, the registration charge is dismissed per motion of the state. And recommendations for sentencing, Mr. Devaney?
Your Honor, I'd ask for a 120-day underlying sentence in this matter, 6 months of non-reporting probation. There's a fine of $300, court costs, and then attorney fees at the discretion of the court.
Okay. Mr. Patterson, anything before sentence?
Would ask court to adopt the recommendation, Your Honor.
All right. And Ms. McManus, where do you work?
I work at a daycare.
Okay, is that 40 hours a week?
No.
Kind of part-time?
Yeah, I work roughly 30 hours a week.
Okay.
So they don't have to pay insurance.
At this time, I'm going to sentence you to 120 days in jail and fine you $300 plus court costs of $108. I will waive your attorney fees. You will not have to serve the 120 days so long as you are successful on a 6-month non-reporting probation. That probation requires 2 things. First, don't violate any laws during the probation. And second, pay that $408 total. When can you pay that? I can give you time.
Can I pay it off over the 6 months of non-reporting?
Well, how about if we make it something a little less than the 6 months?
I can pay it off in 3 months.
Well, let's go 120 days, which is about 4 months. Will that work for you?
Yeah, that works.
All right. So don't violate any laws and have it paid in 120 days. Now, since this is non-reporting probation, keep in mind that if you don't get it paid, it'll go to a collection agent and they could treat it as a garnishment and go after your wages, your bank account, make sure that you get it paid, because also the Department of Revenue Division of Vehicles will probably suspend your license if you don't pay it. Okay. There's also the possibility you could get probation revoked and serve your 120 days. So lots of reasons to make sure you get that paid. Do your very best to get that paid in 120 days. If you end up needing just a little bit more, you might be able to contact the clerk and see if we can give it to you, but I can't promise it to you.
Okay.
All right. Anything else we need to address?
Okay, the parole board.
I just wanted to make.
All right.
We're going to switch.
All right, Mr. Has, at the time this crime occurred, were you employed?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of work were you doing then?
Sorry for the whip.
Sandblasting and paint with common construction.
Okay. What about drugs or alcohol? You indicated that there was a family history of drugs and alcohol. So tell us about your own personal issues with drugs or alcohol. You indicated perhaps being intoxicated around the time of this offense. So tell us about your use of drugs and alcohol.
At the time the crime committed, I was with my sister Melanie that's here today.
I know. I'm not talking about that specific day. I'm talking about that point in time in your life. Did you use illegal drugs?
Yes, ma'am. I smoke weed.
Okay, and what else besides marijuana? What else did you use?
No other drugs.
When did you start using marijuana? At what age?
14, 15.
And how often were you using it?
2 or 3 times a week.
What about alcohol? Drink alcohol?
Yes, ma'am. I was younger when I started drinking alcohol, and I'm not really sure what age. Probably 10, 11.
Well, what kind of alcohol did you normally like to drink?
Budweiser, beer.
Beer? What about any other kinds of liquor?
No, ma'am.
So how often were you drinking beer?
I used to, when I was a kid growing up, I used to sneak in my dice box every day.
And what about as you got older?
I started drinking some, but when I turned about 18 or so, I really quit drinking. I really wasn't drinking much no more. And I was just I smoked weed.
So on the date of this incident, had you had any marijuana or alcohol?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, tell us what you had.
That morning when I woke up, I went to the Orange Festival with my sister. I drank beer all day. I don't remember eating nothing.
I thought you said you would stop drinking around the time you were 18, and you were just using marijuana.
I slowed down. Well, I didn't completely stop. I wasn't drinking as much. I was going months without drinking, and it was just the Orange Festival. And I was just with my sister, and she said, "Here, drink a beer." So I started drinking.
All right.
It was a hot day, couple times, and I left. Well, we was there. I don't remember eating nothing at the fort that day, buying no food or nothing. I had my little brother with me. When my sister left, I left my little brother with his friends. I caught a ride with my cousin back to his house.
Who's your cousin? What was your cousin's name?
Don Hess.
Okay. And where did your cousin live?
He lived across the street from where I lived at, in Venice.
And where did you live?
I live in Venice, straight across from him. I can't remember the name of that lane.
Was it in a trailer park?
Yes, ma'am.
And who lived in the trailer with you?
It was me, LaWanna Lorette, and Terrell Beers.
Okay, I'm sorry. Say the names again.
LaWanna Lorette and Terrell Beers.
All right. And you and Mr. Beers were roommates?
Yeah.
And who was the third person?
My girlfriend, LaWanna Lorette.
Did she live there or just visited there?
She lived there.
Okay. Well, who is John Ryan? Tell me who John Ryan is, how you knew Mr. Ryan.
Amanda, what's
I did not know Mr. Ryan. They tried to say I knew him when I went to trial, but I didn't. Terrell Beers, Wanda Droughty, was with John Kevin Ryan. Later that night, they come to my house. I was already at home asleep on the couch. Next thing I know, Wanda Droughty's boyfriend shows up. He looking for LaWanda. And no Wanda. And next thing I know, they had a big old fight and everything else. And the cops showed up at my house. I told the deputy, Mr. Beers, that I would like all of them to leave. Even Terrell Beers, Ryan, Richie Vasquez, because Richie was fighting with Wanda. And I was trying to get all the leave.
Sir, stop talking. Okay, this is all jumbled up. A lot of it's not making sense, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when you leave your cousin's house across the street, you went home, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was at the trailer when you got there?
Nobody.
Okay, what did you do when you got there?
I went to sleep on the couch.
All right. And what woke you up?
What woke me up was Wanda Droughty, Terrell Beers, and John Kevin Ryan coming to my house at the same time. They was all in the same gear.
And when you woke up, then what? What did you do when you woke up?
I asked them what they were doing, what they wanted. They were looking for LaWanda and about that time.
And didn't Mr. Burris live there?
Yes.
So he had a right to be there.
Well, it was a rule that don't bring nobody over.
Don't do what?
Don't bring people over to the trail.
Oh, don't bring people over to the trail.
Especially people you do not know.
Okay.
I mean, you don't want people that you don't know just showing up at your house.
Right. And so Mr. Burris came, and who was with Mr. Burris?
John Kevin Ryan and Wanda Droughty.
And who is Ronnie?
Wanda Droughty.
Mm-hmm.
She was with them. She's just a known girl that hang out in ballrooms that had a boyfriend who was jealous. I mean, she's a drug addict.
Okay. You know? Well, okay, they show.
I'm guessing this guy's not getting
trailer,
out.
Then what?
I'm going out on a
They
limb
were
here.
looking for LaWanda. LaWanda was not there. The next thing I know, Wanda Droughty's boyfriend, Richie Vasquez, pulled up looking for Wanda. Right? When he asked for Wanda come from the living room going into the kitchen. He comes inside, started fighting with her. And he hit her with a beer bottle. And next thing I know, the cops is at my house.
Whoa. What do you mean the next thing you know? Why are you skipping over everything?
I'm saying they had a fight. The neighbors that was right there must have heard them and they called the cops.
Where was Mr. Ryan?
Mr. Ryan was in the trailer with Terrell Beers. They was trying to break up the fight. Stop Richie from beating on Wanda with a beer bottle.
Who was trying to break up the fight?
I was telling them to stop Terrell Beers and Kevin Ryan.
Okay. And then what happened?
I remember the cops showing up, and by that time the fight broke up, and I was telling them, I asked the deputy, Mr. Deputy Beers, that for all of them to leave, even Terrell. I wanted Terrell and all of them to leave.
Okay.
Because
did they leave?
Yes, ma'am.
Who all left?
Richie, Terrell, Mr. Ryan, and Wanda. They all left.
All right. And then what happened?
I was at home and I went back to sleep.
Okay. And then what?
So it was around 4:30, 5 o'clock, LaWanda come back to the house. The girl was my girlfriend. She was by LaWanda.
Came back and
yeah, she was by her mother-in-law.
Okay. And then what happened?
That was it. Next thing I know, 2 weeks later, I'm arrested. Now, as far as what Terrell Burris' statement is, and part of the police report, Terrell Burris said, I put a gun in his hand, I called him different names and things and made him commit murder inside my trailer. He said everything I said, I made him do it. I mean, it's a he say, she say thing. You know, he pled guilty to second-degree murder. I went to trial for first-degree murder, and he already said he killed the dude and everything, but I still got a greater charge in him of first-degree murder. I mean, I understand what a principle is. You know, I didn't pull the trigger, I didn't kill the dude or nothing. And there's a lot of things in my case that is not really in a record.
Well, let me ask you this. Didn't they find some blood belonging to the victim on the sofa in your trailer?
No, ma'am.
They didn't find blood?
The paper that I read where the couch went to Biloxi, there was no biological evidence on that piece of paper. They found a drop of blood by the kitchen sink. And it was not the victim's blood. That was Wanda Drowdy's blood. Correct. It's the same type of blood that was found in a paper towel in a victim's truck when he got the truck from Texas. And Wanda Drowdy clearly stated she was never back in that truck. So if he was never back in that truck, how would a bloody paper towel get in that truck when the truck went all the way to Texas?
So your position today is that
there's an unjust conviction.
You were not involved in any way with the killing of Mr. John Bryant.
That's correct, ma'am. I did not kill him. I did not pull no trigger. I did not tell nobody to hurt that man.
And I think in your application, you said that the judicial system had it out for you, and that's how you ended up getting convicted. Why would the judicial system have it out for you in particular?
In particular, my family history of my daddy and brother, and there was a lot of legal things that went on between them, lawsuits back and forth. Lawsuits with my brother in the parish. I felt by me being a kid, when even though my daddy and brother was in a lawsuit with the same judge that I went to trial with, him and the court reporter, that lawsuit was filed 6 months before I was arrested.
Well, who were they suing?
Ma'am?
Who were they suing?
Yeah.
They were suing my dad.
My daddy and my brother were suing the court reporter and the judge, Michael Kirk.
Whoa.
Damn. What were they suing them about?
I don't know. I don't know.
All right. Well, let's move forward. I see that you have taken some programming. Most of them have been vocational programs, like HVAC and heavy equipment and pipe fitting and welding and concrete.
Those are good courses. Those are good
Finishing,
jobs.
and those are all good things. But most of those were received in April of this year. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, ma'am. It's a lot of my certifications that I'm approved as an instructor to teach. I did the HVAC class. I did welding. Some of my paperwork got lost from Angola, from auto mechanic school stuff. I've been really focused on rehabilitation and education. That way I can support myself when I get out. I'm not the 20-year-old kid no more.
Well, now you're saying you're not the 20-year-old kid. You're saying the 20-year-old kid hadn't done anything, didn't do anything wrong. So why would you need to be a different person than that 20-year-old kid if you weren't involved in this crime?
Well, as a 20-year-old kid, I was illiterate. I didn't have no education and none of that. And when I come to prison, I took advantage of the education.
Okay.
I know I needed the education.
Okay, let me talk to you about some of the other programs. I know you worked hard on developing certain vocational skills, and that's good. But, you know, what we look for is, you know, what have you done to work on yourself as a person? And I guess the thing for me that I'm struggling with is if you didn't do anything wrong, if you weren't involved at all in Mr. Ryan's death, you didn't, you know, encourage, assist, aid another person in committing a crime. I'm just at a loss to understand what you felt like you needed to work on as an individual if, in fact, you had not committed this crime at all.
Well, what I needed to work on was myself because I needed to get off the drugs. I needed to get off the alcohol. I wasn't thinking clearly. I just needed to be a better person. And as I got to know different people with other education, I tried to do that. I tried to better myself, the way to think of things, better outlooks. I took different classes to understand some of the tragedies.
Tell me some of the classes you took that helped you understand yourself better.
Thinking for a change. The mental health class I took with Miss Alexa.
Tell me about, I'm talking, what mental health class?
Mental health class was based on different triggers of why people do different things on mental health, why people act the way they act, different aspects of different mental health capabilities, why some people has anxieties, the way they feel, things along that nature.
And why did you take that class?
Because by being a kid, I'm from a dysfunctional family, and I wanted to learn things about myself. Why do I always want to argue with somebody when it doesn't really matter from right or wrong? You know, it's different things. I mean, why did I do drugs when I was a kid? Why did I want this? Why? You know, I had a lot of questions that were never answered. By taking the classes, it showed me why I did some of the things that I did.
What was the reason? Why did you do some of the things you did?
Because by being a kid, being forced to grow up so quick, and that's all I was around adults, and it was more like peer pressure, you know, and to try to fit in when I should have never even tried to fit in.
You've had 60 write-ups. That's a pretty healthy number.
Whoa.
Yes,
help us understand why you've gotten 60 write-ups over the course of your
60
incarceration.
Well, the majority of them is when I first come to prison, trying to understand prison life and everything. Being illiterate, not really knowing the language, not really following the rules, not knowing the rules. I thought I knew everything, and I didn't know nothing without education. And just part of the reason I got my education, because more I learned, better a person I became. More classes I took, thanking for a change, all the substance abuse classes, Toastmasters, going to AA, all these classes helped me grow up and become a better person because I never really grew up. I was stuck as a kid.
All right, well, let me ask you about a few of the write-ups specifically, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
In March of 2018, on the 26th and on the 24th of March. On the 26th, you got a contraband write-up. What was that about?
They brought like 8 people into the office and they were strip searching them in a room. The room was never checked after each strip search. I was the last person to be strip searched. They found a cigarette lighter and some other stuff in there, and they wrote me up for all of that. At the time, I went back and forth with DB court like 7, 8 different rehearings, and I just quit fighting it.
Well, but then you also had an intoxication also. So how'd you get an intoxication?
Well, there was never no intoxication. They never took
this
a
guy is just
urinalysis or
innocent.
blood sample.
But a Rule 14 is intoxication, isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You got written up for intoxication and you were sent to the working cell block?
Yes, ma'am.
So why did they think you were intoxicated?
Because my eyes were red. And Miss Jackson, I had about 5 surgeries on my right eye right here. And it stays red. I can go outside in the sun and it gets red.
No, but then why on this particular day they would choose to write you up for intoxication for the red eyes that you always have? And not only did they write you up for intoxication, they wrote you up for contraband.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So what was the contraband wrote you up for?
Contraband was for a cigarette lighter that was found in a room after they strip searched me. Like I said, it was 8 people that got strip searched that day in that room, and the room was never checked out in between each inmate being strip searched.
How do you know?
I was standing right there in the office with them. All 8 of us were standing right in the office.
All right, so you were there when the others were being strip searched?
I was the last one to be strip searched.
I said, but were you there when the others were being strip searched?
Yes, ma'am.
Did a cigarette lighter come up when any of the others were being strip searched?
No, ma'am. I was the only one that got charged with contraband.
But if you were watching the strip searching, you would have seen whether or not a cigarette lighter turned up, correct?
Correct. I seen it turn up, but I just didn't say nothing.
And so where was the guard when it turned up?
He was standing right there outside the door while the inmates was taking their clothes off and putting them back on.
All right, well, let's talk about the write-up you got in June of 20. It was
We've got
a 30
57
double.
other write-ups to go through.
What was
here.
that about? June 17th of 20, you got a 20W.
Oh, it's a hobby craft.
30W, I'm sorry, a 30W. What was that?
That was the hobby craft. We went in a hobby shop to do a monthly inventory. And me and the free man was doing the inventory of the box, and I showed him 5 pairs of vice grips. And he said, no, that's not pliers. I said, they all on my inventory as pliers. The needle nose, the channel locks, clamps, the vice grips, they all pliers. The 16 pair of pliers. All my pliers accounted for. But we had a discrepancy about the pliers. So he brought it to Major Grimes, Major Grimes. And Major Grimes told me not to go back in the hobby shop. So they went back and inventoried the box. Well, when they inventoried the box, the 5 pairs of pliers accounted for. But I still already had a write-up and a process of going to DB court. And the investigation report, it clearly states the pliers are there. But you found me guilty and gave me a suspended sentence because you said you found a bottle of oil in my property.
It did show that it was suspended. I do see that. I'm sorry, are you a trustee, Mr. Hess?
Yes, ma'am.
What level of trustee?
I think I can only make level 3. Yeah, level 3.
Okay, and how long have you been a trustee?
Close to 2 years this time.
You say this time, what does that mean?
At 18, I lost my trustee status behind out a write-up.
Okay.
And I was a trustee for 5 or 6 years.
What level?
Level 3.
So you've never been higher than level 3.
How many levels are there?
I think it's to do with my charge.
It was what kind of charge?
To do with my charge as a murder. Here at Hunts, I think the highest I can go is a level 3.
Oh, he would be better if it weren't for the unjust sentence he was given.
Are you part of any kind of clubs or organization?
Yes, ma'am. I've been with the Lifers Association since I came here. The last 6 years, I've been with AANA. I help Walk Talk. I help Toastmasters, Music Association. I help all of them, but I'm not part of their membership. I'm just an AA and Lifers members.
And how long have you participated? How long did you participate in AA?
I got over 6 years in here at Hunts. I've 9 years in Angola.
Are you currently enrolled in, are you currently participating with AA and NA?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Warren, what can you tell us about Mr. Hess?
Yes, ma'am. He's been doing well. He works as a tutor in HVAC. He helps a lot of guys get their certification. He's helped himself. He's been working on himself for quite a few years. I can see back all the way back to 2012. He was taking anger management, limited violence. He was trying to work on himself for the last several years. He's been doing well. I think he's on the right track.
Mr. Hess, if you were successful, what's your transition plan?
My transition, I would like to go to the parole project for a minute, to get some help there. I'm going back to Ponchatoula. I'm going to go with my wife, live with my wife in Ponchatoula. I have a job, 2 job offers. Go work with my little brother at a trucking company. The man said he'd put me through school for CDL license, whatever. Christopher Lacey, he's the manager of CMS for HVAC, so he said he'd give me a job day 1.
What's your plan to maintain sobriety since?
I want to go get with St. Joseph Catholic Church out in Ponchatoula and see what all they have to offer for us AA, NA, odds and little things that I want to do. If I have a probation officer, I want to try to go talk to some youth offenders or whatever, and just try to get back to the community. I want to try to do some positive things.
Well, I have to tell you, you do have some opposition from the victims' 2 brothers and sisters, from the victim's wife and
we had support of the victim's
judge,
family.
DA.
The judge just threw under the bus.
So what
supporting
would you
him too?
say to those people who don't think you need to be released? What would you say to Mr. Ryan's family?
I thought they were support letters.
What I would say to Mr. Ryan's family is, whatever I did that night or said, or whatever Terrell Briz believed I said or whatever, I did not hurt you, brother. I did not kill you, brother. I didn't pull the trigger. I really don't remember much, but I'm not the same person. There's nothing I can do to bring your brother back. And there's a lot of things you do not know. There's a lot of things I really would love to just sit down and talk with him about. Because there's a lot of things they don't understand
You got to say, Steve, look.
a lot of people that was involved in this case. There's a lot of things they do not know. And I apologize from the bottom of my heart from losing a loved one. Since I've been down in the last few years, I already lost half of my family. You know, I'm sorry. I mean, like I said, prison been good to me because it really made me focus on myself and change. I'm sorry.
What are you sorry for?
Anything I might have did to cause the people any type of pain.
Well, I mean,
I'm sorry, but I'm not that guy. I didn't do it.
Causing people pain, for even knowing Terrell Pierce or anything, for even letting Mr. Ryan leave with him, knowing the type of people that he was with. I'm sorry. I should have never even told Mr. Ryan to leave my house. I should have just ran the rest of them off. Told the rest of them to leave. I mean, there's nothing I can do or say to bring Mr. Ryan back for my actions. You know, by being a kid, I really didn't know everything. I didn't understand life. I didn't grow up like a lot of kids. So I really, you know, I'm sorry for anything I did or didn't do that day that caused anything to happen to me.
It's a very big apology.
I apologize. You know, like I said, I really just don't know. I don't remember a lot of it. But I know I didn't pull the trigger. I know I didn't kill Mr. Ryan. By making him leave and he left with Terrell Pierce, I'm sorry. That's the judgment call. I didn't really know the consequences, what would have happened to her. I wish I would have kept Mr. Ryan with you. He would have been safe. I apologize for anything I did wrong, any bad judgment calls or anything.
thank you. That's all, Mrs. Renata.
Thank you. Kelly Herrera has advised that she has class, so she's not going to be able to speak. So is any one of your guests there with you? Mr. Hess would like to speak on your behalf.
Yes, ma'am. You want to speak to me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, my name is Digna Hess. Gene and I have been married for 8 years now. I first met him back in 2009 and as a pen pal. And since that time, I can attest to this man's character, how he's, you know, shown me a lot of things and given me good advice on how to handle relationships and, you know, with my children and my parents. And
they got married when he was,
you know, his family helped me when I moved to Louisiana. I was in Florida for 27 years. And, you know, because of my relationship with Gene, I decided to move here and help him, you know, find a way out of prison. And that's been my sole goal the whole time.
Angie, thank you so much.
We decided to marry 8 years ago, and I don't regret that for a minute. And regardless of whatever decision you make today, I'll be with him doing life. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else want to speak?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Melanie Hess. My baby brother. What he's feeling, I mentioned because he's changed the way we grew up. We grew up with Jack Daniels drinking alcoholics. My father beat my mama to her death twice. They near split her head from ear to ear, ear to ear. Welfare constantly in our life. Parents didn't care about us. They didn't care. They didn't care nothing about us. None of us was given an education. I can tell you for a fact that 90% of his trial is a lie. I was the one that was kicked out of the room, out of the courtroom twice, because I said objection. I objected because his lawyer was not doing the case correctly. His lawyer was using Terrell Pierce's name and my brother's name, and then he would use my brother's name, which Terrell Pierce's name was supposed to be. The parish we come from, my daddy fought with the police nonstop, fought with the judges. He was sued by Mr. Gomez, Mr. Klutovich, one was a detective, they both were detectives. And my father was a bastard of a man, there's no other way to put it. We kind of raised ourselves, did the best we could. My other brother, they put charges on him, I turn around, they put attempted murder charges on me, but 6 counts on police officers. I'm a 5-foot woman. In court, they had Timmy Arsenault, a 6'4" man, said I beat him down. That's when the judge stopped the case, in my case. And that was enough. But there is so much dishonesty in Blackman's Parish courts. No one should be allowed to have a court there. They should be given.
Okay, yes, we're here to talk about Gene. We're here to talk about Gene. And you need to wrap it up for us, please.
He has done so much good with his life. And and that's hard to say because he's been in prison. But he's educated himself. He is a different person. And he loves being able to teach people and help other people communicate. He's helping people with these schools and things like that. And he wants to work with youth so that he can help them that's having trouble with parents with alcoholism like we did. He's trying to show them that you don't have to listen to people telling you you won't be nothing in your life.
Yes,
there
ma'am.
are options and you can get to them before you get to prison. That prison doesn't have to be an option. My daughter got killed.
No, it's about rape.
Yes, ma'am. Can you wrap it up for us, please? Time's up.
Yes, ma'am. My daughter got killed. The girl that was sentenced to 20 years for stabbing my daughter 5 times.
Ma'am, can you wrap it up for us? We need to move on.
Yes, ma'am. I love my brother. I've lost 90% of my family, and I'm sorry for the other family. I know it's hard because I know it's like.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Mr. Rocky, is there something you want to say briefly?
Yeah. Look, I was very young when this happened, okay? And through my knowledge, through everything, I think my brother's improved. I've been in his life since day one of prison. You know what I mean? I was just a child coming to prison. There ain't place for a child to come. But throughout the years, you know what I mean? My brother has changed. He made significant choices. He's done good. He's got a whole book of things he completed here. You know what I mean? I'm willing to give him everything he needs to succeed out there, whether if he needs a place to live. I got him a guaranteed job. I'm willing to pay for his schooling, to go to school, to get the license he needs to drive or do whatever. If he wants to do something else, I'm willing to stand up and do it. You know what I mean? I can't do nothing for him here, you know what I mean, but see him right away. It ain't a place for him to right away. He's in his 50s, you know what I mean? It's time for him to get out, start his family, maybe have a kid of himself. You know what I mean? Like, I got a 15-year-old daughter. She came see him one time and she won't ever come back here again because she don't want to. So to me, I think he was railroaded from the beginning. Okay, and that's my figure of it, I've been dragging through it my whole life. I'm now 44 years old. I knew my brother. I was young when he went to jail, and I've been knowing my brother in prison ever since. And like I said, we getting short. I got bad health issues. I done had buku surgeries, you know what I mean? So I'd rather see him on the outside than being in here.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Appreciate you coming today and speaking to us.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Gene or Ray, they call you Ray?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there something you'd like to say to us before we vote?
There's another.
Like I said, not a change. I'm not the same person. Keeping me in prison is just a wasted bed, wasted taxpayer dollar. I can be more productive out there on the streets than I can be in here. I got an education trade. I know I can keep a job. You know, I want to do different things. I want to go talk to you. I want to help give back to the society and the kids and show them there's a better way to life than listening to rap music or doing things or trying to be something you're not. Be yourself. You know, find and educate yourself. Don't let people tell you you can't do things in life when you can. I mean, it took me to come to prison where I read how to write and everything else. So,
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for your remarks. Be prepared to vote, Mrs. Jackson.
Mr. Hess, this is really a difficult case for me. Yeah, regardless of, what did or did not happen, there was never any indication that you were actually the person who committed the actual murder. Someone else actually pulled the trigger that killed Mr. Ryan, and that person, obviously has to take responsibility for that. Your role in it, even under the worst case scenario, was that you encouraged the other person to pull the trigger, and that person did it. So this is really hard. You say you didn't even do that you've been alleged to have done. On the other hand, you have done a lot of work to improve yourself. You dropped out of school at age 13, and yet you've been able to complete a lot of programming and become certified to be instructors in a number of those programs. You've taken some programs. I'm concerned about your disciplinary record. You write up
60 write-ups.
60 is a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot.
He's got excuse for
you
everyone.
Haven't had any since 2020, and that one seemed to be relatively minor because the sentence was suspended. You have been in prison for 32 years. And again, it was admitted that you are not the one who actually pulled the trigger. So today, and I had a note, undecided, I'm going to hear from you, hear what you have to say. Today, my vote would be to take a chance on you, Mr. Hess.
Ivan?
Because you have accomplished a lot over the time that you've been incarcerated. And so my vote today would be to recommend to the governor that he grant a commutation of
Here's the guy hawking water.
to 99 years.
Mr. Roche?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Hess.
Good morning, sir.
Good, Mr. Hess. You said you did most of your disciplinary write-ups when you first got in prison because you're trying to get adjusted. But I see a 30W, 2 contraband write-ups, intoxication, theft, defiance, aggravated disobedience, and aggravated work offense in the last 8 or 10 years. You are a grown man, you're not young, you've been in prison for almost 20 years. And you're still committing intoxication, theft, disobedience, and aggravated work offense. Your disciplinary conduct, your general disciplinary conduct is unacceptable. You have the judge who's opposed, the DA's office is opposed, and law enforcement is opposed. And the entire victim family is adamantly opposed to your release. As stated by Ms. Jackson, you're not the one who actually pulled the trigger, but you are the instigator. You are the person who urged Mr. Burrs, and in your words, let's kill him. For all those reasons, I'm going to deny your request for clemency.
Mr. Marabella.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Hess, like Judge Jackson, I was very undecided about what to do. I've listened intently to what you had to say. And for all the reasons that she stated, I'm willing to take a chance as well. My vote likewise would be to grant a commutation, recommend to the governor that he can grant a commutation to 99 years. Good luck.
Mr. Freeman.
Mr. Hess, no, you wasn't the one that pulled the trigger. I do have some concerns about your disciplinary and the fact that you always got a reason behind, what you've done. Instead of just saying, yeah, I did it, I had it, I was drunk. But then on the other hand, you have done a ton, and I do agree with Ms. Jackson and Judge Marabella, and my vote would be to commute to 99.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Hess, you say you didn't kill the man, you didn't kill anybody, and you don't know what you said because you don't remember. So I don't, you don't know what you did, apparently. There is very strong opposition, and I hear what your family has said about Plaquemines Parish, but there's very strong opposition from the Plaquemines Parish community because you've made no effort to take any responsibility for your actions. And for those reasons, they say they are very vehemently opposed. I do agree with Warden Bordelon. I believe you're on the right track. I'm just not there yet. You're not there yet, and I'm not there yet. So my vote today is to deny for the reasons stated by Mr. Roche. So you've received 3 favorable votes, 2 that were not favorable. So today the outcome is that your applications for clemency have been denied. So good luck to you. Keep working hard. Reapply when you can.
He needed a 4, right? Ivan.
That concludes our business at Hunt, Warden Bordelon. So we're going to sign off at 11:51. Thank you, sir.
Oh my goodness. Wow. You need 4. It was so close. He got 3. Amazing. I wonder, first of all, he needs an attorney, not a parole board. He needs an attorney, not a parole board, if all those issues are right. Samantha just gifted 5 memberships today. Thank you very much, Samantha. Holly Henderson, Dream of Laundry, Living Ghost 371. MS Justice Jones, this is Ivan. Yeah, it is. It's Ivan. Hang on.
From Mr. Ivan.
Ivan, how are you doing?
Press 1. To send a voicemail, press.
Let's try that again. Ivan, how are you doing? That was so close.
Oh, man. I haven't been this nervous, and good golly, Miss Molly. That was not what I was expecting after watching the guy before basically say all the right things and get a hard no. Yeah. And then the next guy say, it wasn't me, and just about get out. I don't know the facts of the case. Yeah, that's why they say these parole boards, and as much as I've given the state of Wisconsin crap for not doing, early parole hearings anymore, you get what you get, and that's the time you do in, and then you get a timeout. You know what I mean? So if you get a 10-year sentence, they'll say 6 of it in, 4 of it out, and that's your sentence. As much crap as I've given the state for doing that, I can see why, because what a arbitrary way to do this. I mean, holy smokes. You know what I mean? The pressure that puts on people, that woman, I mean, 60 write-ups?
60.
I had 23. Okay, I thought I was I had he's done a lot more time than me for sure, but nevertheless,
his crime was what? Murder? He killed somebody, or somebody was dead? Like,
They got him with murder one. It sounds like he was he encouraged the shooter to shoot. That was what the
okay.
court said.
Okay. Yeah. Well, it just goes to show you, you just never know what these people are like. I would love to know the rationale behind their decisions from the first guy to the second guy, right? Like,
yeah.
The first guy took, not that the first guy I would have granted it, but he said, yeah, I did it. It was awful. I shouldn't have, you know what I mean? I don't want to say he took responsibility, but at least he admitted it. This guy was just like, yeah, I was just at the wrong place at the wrong time, and I got stupid friends, and I live in a trailer.
Yeah,
like, that isn't a defense.
I fell asleep on the couch. Next thing I know, I woke up, I was arrested for murder. that's this guy's story. Like, well, I think there's probably more to it. The thing that hurt him was he says, I don't remember what happened.
Yeah. Well, and I'm here to attest, it's very hard to feel bad about things you don't remember. I know that sounds ignorant. I know that sounds like addict speak. I know that sounds probably awful, but like, there have been things that I have done in my past that I legitimately don't remember, but I have verifiable people telling me it's very hard to show remorse for things you can't recall. It doesn't mean you don't feel bad about them. It doesn't mean that you don't regret them, but how are you supposed to feel bad about things that you can't recall or you blacked out during? It's a very peculiar position to be in, and that's why I've said all along, as much crap as I give the state and the feds, because the feds don't have early parole either, you do 85% of your time, then you go to a halfway house, and then you're out. And in Wisconsin, there is none. So all of my sentences have been no parole. I would have done terrible in these already. Like, how do I show remorse for conspiracy? How do I do that? Like,
well,
you know what I mean? Like,
I see that point. If you didn't do it, how do you show remorse? Yeah, it
Well,
doesn't work. It would be fake. You would be to yourself. It would be fake. My next question, though, about Dream Alondra brings us up. Apparently, got hitched in prison. What's the pen pal to wife scenario? I mean, how does that work?
Let me tell you something. So I'll tell you a little quick story. So I was on the phone one day with my mom, who I only called my mom about once every 45 days because it was just very stressful. Like, I called my dad 2 to 3 times a week to get the sports lines and everything like that because I was running a book. But my mom I only talked to once every month or month and a half because it was just very stressful for both of us. So one day I'm on the phone with her, and my cell happened to be right next to where where the phone was. And so my cellie hears me talking to my mom one day, and I say, no, Mom, I don't want random people from your church writing me, wishing me well. Okay, I just don't want that. Okay, and so I get back to my cell, and my cellie says, why did you turn down what your mom was offering? I said, what do you mean? He said, there are people in here who will pay you good money to have people to write to. My point is that people look for what they see as suckers or vulnerable people or just nice people willing to extend a hand. So if you get 50 old ladies or just ladies in general writing you from your church, chances are there's going to be one in there who just isn't all the way connected. You know what I mean? Who's just,
they're looking to exploit the kindness of somebody. Wow.
Right, exactly. And so, like, he literally told me that I could sell a list of people willing to write me who didn't know me. I could sell that list to people. And so that's how this kind of stuff happens. And you got to remember, just think, you're 20-some years old. You're never getting out, or at least that's what your sentence says. Yeah. What else do you have to do? If you don't have any family, if you don't have any friends, if you don't have anybody, what else is there for you to do but prey on the opportunity or prey on the possibility? And I can't tell you how many that isn't unique to me. That's happening in every prison in America right now. Okay. And so there are great people who are just wanting to write people and do the right thing from churches or groups or this or that. And if you poll enough people, you will find somebody willing to do anything, right? And so that's what these people do. And by these people, I mean those who are incarcerated. It's just like fishing, you know?
I apologize to have to cut you short, Ivan, but my phone battery is warning me that it's about to die, and it's how I'm hearing you.
I just wanted to exhale. I just wanted to exhale live on the air.
Yeah,
so.
We all are exhaling collectively for what you offered. I don't think anyone wanted to see that. Love you. See you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Ivan had made a little bet, if you saw it in chat, he's saying, if this guy gets paroled, then I'll do XYZ. And XYZ was not something pretty. None of us wanted to see that. Anyway. All right. Let's see. We have, I think that's going to, we're 1 o'clock. We're probably going to wrap it up for the day. We've got some possibilities for court tomorrow that I'm going to be looking into, that we might have some trials to watch. Let's see. Who's this guy? Is this guy new? 1 second. There's another, it's another pardon hearing. What? Hold tight. Who's this?
How does he do that?
Oh, the ceiling fan. We have a ceiling fan, and it's even going now.
Hi. Is that going on? Yes. Yes. The pardon board is reconvening. We're at Louisiana State Penitentiary. Today is Monday, August 28th, 2023. The time is 11:59 a.m. With the staff at the penitentiary, please introduce yourself for the record.
Deputy Warden Tracy Falgood, Reservoir Admiral Classification.
Carmen Shipley, Offender Records.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Harris, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Larry Harris.
And your DOC?
439955.
Mr. Harris, and I see you have some folks there in the room with you. I believe they're faxing over that information to us. So is there two people in the room there with you that will speak on your behalf? You want to give me their names?
Bobby Wallace.
Okay.
Suzette Harris.
Suzette Parrott, you said?
Harris.
Harris. I got it. Okay. And thank y'all for being here. I want to acknowledge the folks we have here at DOC headquarters with us. We have Jenna Cooley Chocobone. Did I say that correctly?
No.
We might go by Jenna Cooley. Jenna Cooley? Okay, I can pronounce that. Okay. Who will be speaking on your behalf. We also have Connice Alex Brown here at DOC headquarters joining us on Zoom, not speaking, but joining us. Patrice Harris, Della Graham, Loanisha Howard, Lakeisha Norbert. Here in opposition today, in person, we have Betty Mack, Larry Wheeler, and Andre Maddox, all who will be speaking. Joining by Zoom, we have a representative from the DA's office, and then we have Vanessa Mack, Ronald Lewis, Curtis Mack, and Brenda Wheeler. So I'll read some identifying information into the record, Mr. Harris, after which I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Jackson. Your case has been assigned to her. After we finish the interview and hear from the warden, we'll hear from those folks who've indicated they want to speak. And at the very end, before we vote, you'll be allowed to make a statement if you'd like to do so. So, Mr. Harris, you're here this afternoon now. You're seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in the 24th Judicial District in Jefferson Parish. You were sentenced May 2003 to a life sentence for a second-degree murder conviction. Is that information correct, Mr. Harris?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, would you answer Mrs. Jackson's questions?
Good afternoon, Mr. Harris.
Good afternoon.
How are you today?
I'm great, glory to God. Hi.
How old are you?
I'm 73.
Okay, when do you make 74?
June 3rd, 2024.
Okay, I have you a year older than you actually are. Correct that. And how long have you been incarcerated in this case?
22 years.
22?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that would have made you around 50 or 51 when this crime was committed. Is that correct?
No, ma'am. I was 49 when it was committed.
Around 50, that's, close. You're classified as a first felony offender So I'm curious as to what, what have you been doing up until the time that these crimes were committed? You've not been in any trouble. So what were you doing prior to the commission of this crime with your life?
I was working. I used to drive truck. I was delivering furniture. I was a furniture handler. I used to go out of town to deliver furniture. I was working for Neil Auction Company.
Okay. How much education did you have?
10 years.
You dropped out in the 10th grade?
Yes, ma'am. I went to the service.
All right. And what branch of the military did you serve?
United States Army.
And how long were you in the military?
A year and 11 months.
Okay. How did you end up leaving the military?
Honorable discharge.
Okay. And then you came home and started being a delivery driver or a furniture handler?
No, when I came home, I started working at the public grain elevator, and I was already married at the time.
Okay, having children?
Yes, ma'am.
How many children do you have?
6.
You have a relationship with all 6 of your children?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you all have the same mother?
No, 4 of them, and 2 of them with a different mother.
There are 2 moms involved.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And you have a relationship with all 6 of those children?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
At the time of this offense, were you married or divorced?
I was divorced.
And who were you seeing? Who was your girl?
I was seeing Vanessa Mack.
And so tell us what happened on the day that these 3 people were shot. Walk us through what happened that day.
Well, earlier that day, Miss Vanessa Mack asked me to see about getting her car fixed. The muffler was messed up. So I brought her by one place and she said she didn't like it. So I went to another place and she brought her car there to have it fixed. And I paid for to have the muffler fixed. And I left from there and went to pick up some furniture I had to take to Folsom, Louisiana. And later on that night, I got a phone call. Well, I was in a bar and a guy came in and said that Vanessa and Mr. Lewis and Miss Wheeler was at Sports Palace. It's a pool place. And I went there and
Okay, well, I'm going to ask you some questions. Now, in your application, you said that Miss Mack was your ex-girlfriend, and you decided to try to get with her and work things out. So was had y'all broken up at that time? Because your words are, I was having some issues with my ex-girlfriend, Vanessa Mack. I decided to try and get with her and work things out. So explain that statement.
well, we was having a little difficulties, but we were still seeing each other. And she called me that day to get her car fixed. So we were still in relationship.
Okay. Well, how did you end up at the Sports Palace where she was?
Well, I was told that she was over there shooting pool, and when I went there,
Well, let me ask you this. When you got there, did you go into the sports palace?
no ma'am.
Where did you go when you got there?
I seen her car,
Okay.
and it was almost 12 o'clock, I think. So they was just about on their way. When I left, they were just about on their way out.
Okay, but when you got there, where did you go?
Before I got there,
No, when you pulled into the parking lot of the
Yes, ma'am.
sports palace and got out of your vehicle, where did you go?
I seen I went to see where I was going in to see if they was there, but her car was outside of the place, so I know she was in there. And I left to go back to my car. They was coming out.
Okay, you went back to your car. Is that what you said? Who was with you?
Leon Williams.
Why was he with you?
He was riding with me.
Okay. And when they came out of the sports palace, what did you do?
When they first came out the sports palace, I asked her, I said, what's going on? And she said nothing, and I lost it. I just.
Why would you lose it?
I don't.
Did you go to the sports palace armed?
Well, yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you approach the vehicle that they were in while being armed? Did you have the weapon on you? Did you have the weapon on you when you approached the vehicle?
No, ma'am. When I went back to my car.
Mm-hmm. Well, why would you go back to your car to get a weapon?
I just felt like I had been mistreated. You know, I just had got her car fixed, and
she was out with another man?
Yes, ma'am.
So that upset you?
Very much.
And so as a consequence of that, both you and Mr. Williams shot the victim. So you shot Ronald Williams, right? Did you shoot Ronald Williams?
Ronald Lewis.
I'm sorry, Ronald Lewis.
Ma'am?
Who shot Miss James?
Ma'am, I don't know. I was shooting. I don't know who got shot. Really. I mean, I know who got shot, but did.
So because your feelings were hurt, you walked up to this car and you pulled out a gun, and you and Mr. Williams started shooting, and 3 people got shot. 1 person died. 1 person was left quadriplegic in a wheelchair for the rest of his life, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because your feelings were hurt. Now, your risk assessment is low, but so is your programming. You haven't taken a whole lot of programs over the last 23 years. You've done anger management, Malachi Dance, and 100 hours of pre-release, and then you've taken some faith-based programs, but you haven't taken a whole lot of other programs. Why is that? Why haven't you done more to work on yourself and try to address whatever it was that would cause you to just shoot all these people? Why haven't you?
Well, I also took.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Also took trans analysis. in experiencing God,
Saw
and I
that.
took a lot of seminars.
Saw all of that. But I don't see a lot of other programs. I don't see victim awareness. I don't see thinking.
I'm in.
Okay, why are you just now taking victim awareness? You've been incarcerated for 22 years. You're just now taking victim awareness. Why is that?
I put in for it about 5 years ago, several times, and it just come up. Every time they bring it on the board, I put my name on it, and it just recently come up.
Well, so are you currently enrolled in victim awareness?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been in that program?
I'm on about a month,
How long does it last?
99 months, I think.
So you've just gotten into it, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, even without victim awareness, you should have, over the last 22 years, spent some time thinking about your crime and how that crime has affected so many people. So why don't you talk to us about the impact that your crime has had on the lives of your victims?
Well, first of all, I have so much regret and remorse for what I've done. I know I've hurt a lot of people. That's why I took these classes to help me change my way of living, and it has changed me.
Well, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the victims, huh?
I'm saying,
For
yes,
instance, one of your victims is wheelchair bound. Did you know that?
yes, ma'am.
Do you know that he's a quadriplegic?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know that means he basically can't do anything for himself? Miss Mack died, correct? No,
No, ma'am.
Miss James died. And Miss Mack was shot and through her arm, but it entered into, across her body, and she suffered a lot from that. I mean, what thought have you given over the last 23 years of how those people's lives have been and their families? What thoughts do you have about that?
I think about what I've done, told them almost every night. I have great regret.
What do you think? When you think about it, what do you think? What are the thoughts you're thinking?
Think about how they're suffering, how I've hurt them, how much pain and misery I've caused them.
Warren, what can you tell us about Mr. Harris?
Hey, Jen.
Sorry, I was supposed to
He
mute
has
that.
worked, or did work several years with horticulture as a mentor. Attempted his GED on a couple of occasions. Looking back, then right up in 2019 and lost his Class A trustee status. He's currently a medium custody, and he works as an orderly on Main Prison East George.
Mr. Harris.
Yes, sir, ma'am.
Didn't mean to ask you about that DV you had in 2019. You've had 10, which is not a bad number, but you did have a write-up in 2019. It was like for contraband. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It's 2 separate contraband write-ups?
Yes, ma'am.
What were the contraband items?
Excuse me?
What were the contraband items?
It was some tobacco, smoking tobacco, and the other one was actually sugar, crystallized sugar, but they say it was PCP.
Well, I mean, they don't think they tested it in some way?
I don't know, but I know it wasn't PCP, ma'am.
Because it tasted like sugar.
You've got lots of opposition from the families and the victims involved in this case, from law enforcement, from the DA's office. You do have a lot of support from your nieces and nephews and acquaintances and co-workers. So I'll just sit back and hear what they all have to say. Mr. Nazi, that's all I have. Mr. Richard.
Good morning. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Harris. How are you?
I'm okay. How you doing, sir?
Good. I heard the Warren Falco mention that you made several attempts to work on your GED. And evidently those attempts have failed. So why didn't you go back and try to get into the literacy program and work yourself up to a GED?
Well, I didn't go because I just was working and.
I understand you're working, Mr. Harris, but the reason for your incarceration, and one of the reasons, is your rehabilitation. And your rehabilitation is, the education is a very important part of that rehabilitation. If you ever get released, you need to find employment. I see no vocational programs, no literacy programs, and you failed at getting a GED. So what do you plan to do in the future to advance your educational status?
Well, when I was in GED, I passed everything but math. And the instructor told us that if we didn't, for the quarterly testing, if we didn't pass it, we would have to get out of the program.
How long since you took the test for your GED?
It has to be about 2017 somewhere.
Have you worked on your math skills? Have you sought?
Yes, I have.
Okay, have you improved your math skills?
Yeah, I have worked on it, but I haven't got back to school.
Don't you think it's about time?
Yes, so, but there's a waiting list.
I'm almost sure that you've been in the program multiple times and you passed all the tests except the math test. I'm almost sure the prison officials will make provisions for you to get into the program so you can take the math part of that GED and get your GED.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Am I right, Warren?
Looking at his educational history, the last time that he was dropped from his GED courses were in 2017, and the reason behind that is documented excessive absences. I would imagine at this point in time he could probably get back into GED and work on getting that math module passed, if that is where he, if that's the only thing he has left to pass.
So, but the reason given for dismissing him from the program was excessive absences.
That is what the documentation is saying, telling me here. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you told us, Mr. Harris, it was because you failed to pass the math part of the GED program.
Yes, sir. That's for me.
Why did you continuously miss class?
I wasn't missing class, sir. The only
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Roche.
He's heard
All
enough.
right, so we'd like to hear now from the folks in support. Could we first hear from Ms. Suzette Harris?
You can stay right there. They can hear you. Good morning. Thank you guys for having us here. I'm speaking on behalf of my siblings. My father, Larry Harris, has been incarcerated here for 23 years. Basically, I've watched him grow and mature in ways from me being his daughter. I've seen a tremendous growth in him. His attitude, his humility. Granted, I understand that he has done something wrong. We can't take that back. I know that he is remorseful for what he has done, and I do feel that he is rehabilitated in a lot of areas in which he wasn't before he came here. I'm just asking that you guys consider him and giving him a second chance to being released to society. That's pretty much it. I did write a support letter as well, so
you have it here. Bobby Wallace, did you say Bobby Wallace, Mr. Harris?
Yes.
You have to move down into the camera.
No, they can see you. You're good right there. They can see you in the camera. Good afternoon. I'm in support of Brother Larry Harris. I spent over 22 years with him, over like 5 years in a dorm with him. And I think it's important for me to explain and express the personal relationship I had with him, living and sleeping and going to the cafeteria to eat, and personalizing what we felt about what happened in our lives to get us to this point. And understand, because I've been in this position before, it's very pressurous and your mind run all kind of ways. But Larry is a very good person. And he is an antidote, actually. He's an antidote to the poison that's out on the street. And he can be a real asset to any community that he's blessed to be released upon. I've seen and witnessed many occasions where Larry had stopped something that could have been very disastrous because of the type of person he is. He carried a good spirit about him. He's my brother. We've been to church together. We sat on beds. We ate together in a child hall or the cafeteria. And I know from heart to heart that he's remorseful. And there's some things in our lives we can't take back. But we all experience some kind of anger that we can't control because of whatever reason. But the way we lash out is based upon the maturity at that time, how far you allow it to go. And I come away from New Orleans. And if the person is not important enough for me and I know that they're an asset to society, I wouldn't be talking on this board. So I'm asking that you really consider the personalization of our relationship, because I know I'm better than any paper you got, because I've been with him every day for years. And you can't fool each other. We know the true person. God bless you, and I ask for mercy for him. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And then here, Ms. Jenna Cooley. Yes. Could you step up to the podium so we can put you on the screen? Thank you.
These are notes I jotted on the plane and trying to decipher my handwriting. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. First, thank you very much for this important opportunity. In his life before Angola, Frankie had a unique talent. He was a professional master mover, which means he could be trusted and had the skill to move anything large or small that was either very fragile and or very expensive. One of his clients was a fine auction house.
Why are we watching the
in
ear
New Orleans,
examination?
where he worked with a woman named Della Brand, who has joined us via Zoom. She is the one who introduced me to Frankie. She's living in North Carolina, and that's why she is not standing here
Myers just appeared out of nowhere
with me. Several years ago, when I first visited Frankie in Angola with Della, I had no idea what to expect. The whole idea of going to visit someone in Angola was fascinating. The experience I actually had dumbfounded me. During our visit with Frankie, Mr. Harris was one of the calmest, most insightful, humorous, kindest gentlemen I could remember meeting. He was inquisitive about our lives, but he was also generous in sharing his life stories. What blew my mind was how I felt after that first visit. I left feeling personally challenged to be more thoughtful, to be more appreciative, because here was a man who was actively trying to live a meaningful, purposeful life while consciously paying a very serious debt for a very long time. From behind the walls of Angola, Frankie has remained close to his family. He has a large, loving, intact, what we call a good family. He would have not just their love and support, but he would have their active guidance in a transition.
We went from the bathroom to the kitchen
into the outside world,
without stopping at the sink.
Especially under the guidance of his daughter, Suzette, who you heard from, she has been a force in her father's life during his entire incarceration. In conclusion, there are those who come before you whose arrival at Angola was a surprise to no one. Frankie's arrival was a shock to everyone. The last time I saw him, which was several weeks ago, we had a quiet moment, and he privately leaned over and he said to me, "You know, Jenna, when you see me, I seem just fine. But I want you to know that I live with what I did every single day of my life." What was meaningful to me about that statement is that it demonstrated conscience. Mr. Harris has conscience. I own an automotive business in New Orleans. I would be proud to have Frankie work with me. I have an apartment behind my house. I would be happy to have him live there. I am a mother. I am a grandmother. I am a business owner. I am an active member of my community. With all of my heart, I believe that society would be better served with Frankie outside of the walls of Angola than within the walls of Angola. I appreciate your time and consideration.
I'm hoping Samsung's signal
Now,
dropped.
from the opposition. First, could we hear on Miss Betty Mack?
Got out of Wi-Fi range. Yep. Doesn't know she got called.
It meant. Jane is my little.
Oh no, she's in the room.
She was my own child. She was married, but she thought she had time to have children. She didn't have any children. Linda died on that street. February 22nd. I had stuff to say. I prayed for strength to say what he took from me. If he wanted to kill Vanessa, he could have found Vanessa at any time, but he was Vanessa Miller, just like sister. And he wanted to make sure that he got her home. If she didn't die, she would hurt with the loss of my child. They gave him I don't know why do the criminals have more than the victim? Where's her rights? Where's my child's justice? It's not fair. Because all this is stirred up. That knife is turning in me again right now. I worked all of my life. I worked on the ground in the bank. I was a teller supervisor, ball teller, everything up to manage. And I had to get all out of my job because my customers would come and want to give me their condolences till I would just cry every day. So I had to give up my job. This is not right. My child can't come back. Why should he be able to live with his family, go home, and not pay the price? He made a choice, and choices have consequences. And I think he ought to pay the consequences for staying here. I didn't want him to get the death penalty. I wanted him to wake up every day in that box and realize why he was there for murdering my child. And it was premeditated because he asked somebody to come with him to kill two women. He's a coward. He don't deserve to come out and be free. And I'm sorry. And if I gotta come back here every day, I'll come back here every day. Or somebody in my family gonna come. Because it's not right. I want justice for my child. What he took away from me, my legacy is in Providence. My child is not Lazarus. She can't get up. She can't get leniency. She can't get another chance. She's gone. It's not right. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Wheeler?
You see me in done. You're gonna put him back on the street. He asked him several questions. He don't go to class. What has he done? Either he didn't pay his debts to society. What do you think he did? He done ruined our lives. You got a guy, that young man in a wheelchair. I mean, what does it say? That he can walk around free. The lady says she'd be proud to have it. Okay, well, you'll be proud to have it. I just don't understand why we here. Did the judge make a mistake when he gave him the time? Or y'all questioning the judge? That's what we doing here today? I know you have a difficult job, and I appreciate it, but I don't think y'all need to turn that loose. Y'all know what's gonna happen, because he can move some furniture, that's it? That's what he gonna do? That's not fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Andre, is there any? Mr. Harris? Is there a statement you'd like to make to the board before we vote? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Meyer is on the line. I can't see you. Mr. Meyer, we'd like to hear from the DA's office. There you are.
Yep. Good morning, Randy Meyer, Assistant DA. Well, good afternoon, Randy Meyer, Assistant DA in Jefferson Parish. Our office has a strong opposition to Mr. Harris's request. it doesn't appear that he's been truthful with the board, both in his application and as well as some of his answers to some of the questions by Ms. Jackson. First off, he indicates in his application that he went to meet his ex-girlfriend to work some things out, and that he approached her, and it suggested that he approached her in a kind of a friendly way. The trial testimony, though, shows that he and a friend armed themselves. They hid behind a dumpster, and when Miss Mack and her friends left the bar, they came out toward them, and then they eventually shot him. Pre-parole investigation indicates that Miss Mack was shot twice, but the trial testimony says that she was shot 5 times. He's had limited programming, which is concerning. Most of the programming that he's had is prior to 2009. No vocational programming to help him get a job when he gets out. He hadn't completed his GED, where he was also, I believe, not truthful. The warden shows that the records indicate he had excessive absences from his GED program, which is why he was released, not because he couldn't complete the math. He was released or dismissed from that program in 2017. And since that time, and 6 years since that time, he hasn't shown that he's done sufficient work in math, if that was his problem, to again take the GED and then pass the math part of the program. This insufficient time served. I believe he's only served roughly 22 years for this offense, where we have 3 people who, one was killed and 2 people who were shot, and one's a quadriplegic, which is very concerning.
Let me just say that
finally,
at the close of this hearing, all of us will be able to pass the examination to be an ear, nose, and throat doctor.
Thank you.
It's been quite insightful.
Mr. Harris, would you like to make a statement?
I want to say I'm deeply regretting, I'm highly remorseful what I've done to the individuals, to Ms. Mack, to Mr. Lewis, and to Ms. Wheeler. I really apologize. I have so much remorse. I think of this every night, of what I've done to them, the pain, the suffering, the short dreams I have brought them. And I just ask them, is it finding it hard to forgive me for what I've done? I am truly a changed person, and I thank God for it. I just want to be a part of the solution and not the problem. And I have great regrets for what I've done. Please, this is from the bottom of my heart. Miss Mack, Mr. Lewis, and Miss Wheeler, please believe me.
All right, thank you, sir. Is the panel prepared to vote? Mrs. Jackson?
Mr. Harris, this case is a tragedy on so many levels. Apparently, you had been a law-abiding person, doing well in your job, and for whatever reason, you allowed your emotions to take control. And the worst day of your life has become the worst day of many, many, many people's lives. Now, just look at the magnitude of the harm, the number of victims involved. Even the survivors, still suffer. And you really haven't done a lot to work on yourself. Just can't say that today is your day. You've only served 23 years of your sentence, and even though you're 74 years old, you committed this crime late in life when you should have had the maturity and the judgment not to do what you did. So because of the magnitude of the harm, of the limited programs, strong victim opposition, and insufficient time served, my vote today is to deny your request.
Thank you. Mr. Rocha.
Mr. Harris, you're simply not ready to be released. You've only served 23 years, insufficient time for the damage that you did to the victims. You have not really sought to rehabilitate yourself. You have a lack of rehabilitation. You need to take additional programs. You need to get into that GED program again. Get some vocational skills. You've done none of that. Victim opposition, law enforcement opposition.
Just getting news there was a shooting in Chapel Hill area.
I deny your request.
Right now, there's active
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
police traffic in that area in North Carolina right
Mr.
now.
Harris, I agree with Judge Jackson as well as Mr. Roche and all of their comments as well. My vote would like us to be denied.
Okay, so he's not getting out.
First off, I want to thank the victims for showing up today. It does help in making our decisions. Mr. Harris, you have a strong family support. You need to thank them because you can tell they're still behind you. But for all of the same reasons that my colleagues, I vote to deny.
All right, Mr. Harris. So the outcome of today's proceeding is your application for clemency has been denied, sir. Good luck to you.
Okay. We're going to leave these guys here for a little bit. I want to tune in really quickly. This might be a little bit loud. Sorry. Let's play that. It's going. I think we're getting radio traffic.
To the patients in room 127, bed B-boy, 127, bed B-boy.
I was in Chapel Hill on Saturday. First time I'd ever been there. Just getting news that there's a shooting out of there. There's about 12,000 people listening to the police scanner in Orange County. I don't know if it's in Chapel Hill. I just know it's in Orange County, which includes Chapel Hill. Just checking here really quickly. There's a lot of people listening to one shooting. Let's see. Scanner report suspect in custody. This is from Dieter Babb at a UNC campus in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. Unconfirmed reports of several injuries. Let's see. Let's switch to, man, this fly. There's a fly. I'm going to get it. I'm going to kill it. Let me see if I can bring this up on the screen. Just 1 second. Bring Twitter.
Medical branch village 32 officers.
Okay, hang on. Mod Chat Toxic has a link. Let me switch over to that. I'm not sure if I can keep that link and the audio going at the same time. Let's see. That's WRAL News. Armed person on UNC Chapel Hill campus. 2 shots fired in the half hour. They're saying now he's in custody. I just want to bring this up. 1 second here. We'll go to this one. Sorry, we're just going to scroll through Twitter together and just see what's up here. Clear this off. So suspect in custody. Here we've got some more video. Reports of shooting at UNC. Just shows police activity on the ground.
Stadium Drive.
It's a building inside UNC campus. They're barricaded. I've got reports of people barricaded.
Got. Sure, on the way. Do you want us to respond to Stadium Drive and what response determine emergency, non-emergency?
This will get you the audio that I'm listening to right now. The scanner
Non-emergency
radio
report to staging. It'll be Chastity at Stadium and David South.
Okay, now we've got just old stuff. So this is the breaking news right here at the top. So anyway, let's see. Oh, yes. Recovery Addict is just that talented. Live court trials, occasional live police chases, and radio traffic interceptions. Welcome to the best channel on YouTube. Thank you, Samantha. It's a little bit of a hodgepodge this morning, but it was fun to do the hearings. I guess they're parole board hearings. Let's see. Stadium Drive. Oh my, yeah. It's a campus shooting. We don't know the outcome. It sounds like there are reports that the shooter's down, and the attitude of the police officers walking around the area would indicate there's probably not an active threat in the area. Bonita Clark says, is there a verdict yet in the Angela Riggins-Dantzler case? Yes, there is. It came in late Friday night. Well, we were on the podcast, and we aired that on Friday night, but the verdict came in as guilty, and she was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Bit of a tough one for some people to hear, and I realized we didn't hear the prosecution on this one. We only heard the defense, but it was sort of a surprise. Okay. I'll keep listening to this scanner traffic if we can. It doesn't have the urgency that we normally hear with an active police shooting. So I think it might be resolved by now. You're close to the area, Michelle. Stay safe, please. Get some spicy and maple bourbon pickles. I still need to go get some. My wife has not done that yet. I might volunteer to go do that right now. Does the parole board need to have a unanimous vote? They need to have four out of the 6 need to approve, I believe, and that's to commute a sentence, and that's to recommend to the governor to commute the sentence. So they just send the recommendation. It doesn't actually mean that they get out. Then the governor gets to review it and he can either sign it or not. Yeah, luckily it's not 3, Ivan, or else you'd be prancing around downtown mulletless in a silk thong, according to your promise. All right, I think that's where we're going to wrap up today. I know the board is still going. Things are busy. I still have a lot of homework to find a case that we can pick up and follow. There's a chance we can do one with the hot car, the child in a hot car, which is going to be tough. But that one starts tomorrow. We'll be looking into that one, see if we can do that. And let's see, anything else? Anything else we need to cover? I don't think we need to cover anything else. It does depend on the number of board members, right? It's a majority, but it's more than a 50%. It's more than 51% normally. Where's the link to the board? The board is the Louisiana Parole Board. Type that in the search field of YouTube. You'll find it. I want to watch still. I know. I've got to. Here's what's happening. My daughter has an earache. We need to get her medicine, and the pharmacy has just been a nightmare. We couldn't get it yesterday because they were closed because they don't have people to staff it. They're open today, but their computers are down, so I have to go fight the system and get the prescription moved so we can get her some help so her earache goes away. So I've got to focus on family here. Sorry about that. I will bail on you guys for today, but we'll be back tomorrow. Please, tonight when you go home, hug the people you love. Smile at someone. Make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again, which will probably be tomorrow morning, unless something big happens today. We'll do that. So we'll check it out. Hopefully have a case for us tomorrow as we finish the one we've watched. I'm still waiting for the Freedom of Information request to come back on the video, and now my phone's dead. I should have charged it. Still waiting for that to come back. So we'll follow on the Angela Dantzler trial at the beginning. I'm not sure how we're going to present that. We might just post the videos on the channel and not do them live. But I'll check and see. I'll watch and see what they're like. All right. I hope she'll be better soon. Once we get the antibiotics, she should be fine. But I think that's it. For those that are in the danger of the storm, I know Brandy is just outside the dangerous area, but for anyone along that area, please don't take this lightly. Please prepare for the storm. Please be safe. Do what you need to do and help those around you who need a little bit of help. We'll see you guys later. Have a good one. Bye.
Alex stole it.